A very good morning to one and all present here. Thank you for joining us online. I, Proshari Chanda, on behalf of the organizing camp, Adamas University, India, heartily welcome you all to International Conference on Research and Skill Development on Emerging Issues and Practical Approaches in Research and Skill Development. Brought to you by School of Education, Adamas University, in collaboration with International Organization of Educators and Researchers, Indonesia and Philippines. To mark the beginning of the international seminar, I would now like to request the IOER technical team to showcase the national anthem interfaith of the participating countries. Technical team, please. May I get the attention of the technical team for the national anthem interfaith? I would request you to play that.
जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे Tanahku hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. আমার সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি। চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ, চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ, তোমার বাতাস আমার প্রাণে। ওমা আমার প্রাণে বাজায় বাঁশি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি। ওমা ফাগুনে তোর নামের গুণে প্রাণে পাগল করে মনে হায় হায় রে। ওমা ফাগুনে তোর আমের গুণে প্রাণে পাগল করে। ওমা ঘ্রাণে তোর ভরা থেকে কি দেখেছি আমি, কি দেখেছি মধুর হাসি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি। কি শোভা কি ছায়া গো, কি স্নেহ কি মায়া গো, কি আঁচল বিছায়েছ বটে মূলে নদীর কূলে কূলে। মা তোর মুখের বাণী আমার কানে লাগে সুধার মতো। মরি হায় হায় রে, মা তোর মুখের বাণী আমার কানে লাগে সুধার মতো। মা তোর বদন খানি মলিন হলে আমি নয়ন, ওমা আমি নয়ন জলে ভাসি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি।
Thank you, technical team, for playing the national anthems in interfaith. I would take this humble opportunity to thank our deemed Chancellor, Professor Dr. Samit Ray, deemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Naveen Das, deemed Director, School of Education, Professor Dr. Shauli Mukherjee, from the Adamas University contingent. I would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Maritas Ola, President, IOER, Editor-in-Chief, Asia Pacific Journal of Advanced Education and Technology, and Dr. Golizavati, Vice President, IOER, Faculty of Law, University of Surabaya, Indonesia, for collaboratively bringing before us the 2-day-long international conference. Now, in order to mark the beginning of today's session, I would like to invite Dr. Gol Izawati, Vice President, IOER, Professor, Faculty of Law, University of Surabaya, Indonesia, for her welcome address. Ma'am, please.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. Okay, good morning from Indonesia to everyone who attends this international conference on research and skill development with its theme Emerging Issues and Practical Approach in Research and Skill Development. Distinguished professor, colleagues, guest speakers, parallel presenters, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a precious moment for us, the International Organization of Educators and Researchers, the IOER Incorporated, in collaboration with the Adamas University, India, to organize these 2 days of conferences. This conference themes raises the issue of the importance to press the need of having a practical approach to developing basic research and publication skill among researchers. It is also essential to understand the emerging issues to be questions and research into a research activity and provide the answer or the result of the research to society who need to understand the answer. Thus, we must use a proper methodology to provide an accurate research result. And we need also the issues of digital literacy. From the scholars, we understand what research is. Albert Einstein said, if we knew that what we are doing, if it would not be called as research. While Werner von Braun's perspective looks like Einstein's. Werner said that research is what I am doing when I don't know what I am doing. So what should we do in research? Margaret Heffernan mentioned that for good ideas and true innovation, you need human interaction, conflict, argument, and also debate. Then it needs to blend research and innovation, and of course, it needs a skill. The skill we need to develop at least are analytical skill to solve complex problems, communication and writing skills to communicate the process and findings and arrange it into a document, and teamwork skills. And the other skill we might be explored by our guest speakers and also all the presenters. From this 2 days conference, we will learn from the expertise from Zimbabwe, India, Peru, Pakistan, and also Croatia as our main speakers, and we will learn from other participants who will disseminate their research results in the parallel session of the conference. We hope to learn more and more from them and spread our knowledge to the world of education as our primary duty as an educators and researchers. Special thanks would like IOER convey to the Adamas University. In this matter is all the Adamas University Board of Officers for this beautiful collaboration, and also to Professor Dr. Shauli Mukherjee, the Director of School of Education and the Associate Dean, School of Art and Culture Studies, Adamas University, for initiating this collaboration conference. We hope everyone will have a great moment of learning, sharing, caring, and grabbing all the unaccountable learning, knowledge, and experience, most from which is networking. To end this speech, I would like to quote Paul Buck that says, if you want to understand today, you have to search yesterday. So thank you so much once and many more times. May God bless us and have a nice day to everyone. I hand over the Zoom to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Shauli Mukherjee, Director, School of Education, Adamas University, India, for her welcome remarks. Ma'am, please.
A very good morning. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you. Warm greetings from Adamas University, India, on behalf of International Organization of Educators and Researchers, Philippines and Indonesia, and Adamas University, India. I would like to take this opportunity to extend a very, very hearty and warm welcome to all the participants, scholars, students, research scholars, faculty members, esteemed keynote speakers, and resource persons to this two-day international conference being co-hosted by IOER Indonesia and Philippines and Adamas University, India. Let me take this opportunity to also mention here that last year also, we had collaborated with IOER and conducted a 2 days international conference, where the conference had actually witnessed the participation from 14 countries, and it was a huge and massive success. I am definitely hopeful that this international conference would also be a huge success in the form of effective knowledge sharing, sharing of ideas, concepts, and vision. And definitely it would offer a lot of potentials in terms of meaningful idea generation. 21st century education and 21st century learning is all about meeting of the minds and sharing of ideas and discussing a lot of issues and themes in an open platform. That is exactly what the crux of education is. Since the theme of today's conference is research and skill development, let me share few insights on both the components. When we talk about skill development, it is vitally important for all of us to understand that our current education system is actually massively lacking in the skill component. If we refer to a very, very important statistics pertaining to the outcome of higher education, we would see that 50% of the graduates, after completing their formal higher education, are actually unable to secure a decent job. And the rest, even if they somehow secure a job, are actually not able to retain that job, and they are actually retrained and reskilled on the job front. Now, this is quite a disturbing statistics. Now, why does this happen? This happens primarily because of two reasons. One is definitely the ever-widening gap between academia and industry, the bridging of which is definitely the need of the hour. And the second reason is also vitally important. The essential skill sets that are required to thrive in this 21st century VUCA world, and that is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, happens to be the skill sets which focuses on effective communication, effective collaboration, problem-solving skills, critical thinking, decision-making skills, and definitely emotional intelligence, the way in which you would actually come together and work as a team. These are the skill sets that are needed to be honed and nurtured. Sadly enough, these skill sets are not being honed and nurtured in our current educational system. When we come to the research component, A lot of research is being done, is being conducted. But it is vitally important and crucial to conduct research on topics which will be beneficial to the society rather than adding more to the component of knowledge. It is so very vital for all the research scholars to continuously question why they are doing what they are doing. I would like to take this platform to urge all the students and the scholars not to stop questioning, which is again a vital 21st century skill set, and definitely a very, very effective research skill set as well. Continue to question till you get an answer that satisfies your query, especially in the field of education. The research should be focused on questioning and challenging a lot of educational policies that are no longer serving our purpose. Can we think of some kind of research in this domain where we can actually directly or indirectly facilitate a modification or transformation of the educational policy for the benefit of the entire nation, not to mention the entire world? I'm sure this 2 days international conference will open doors and avenues for such kind of enlightening discussions. More than knowledge sharing, I think what is vitally important is the fact that let the minds be open and let the mind start questioning. I think that would be the greatest takeaway from this international conference. With this, I would again like to wish the international conference a huge success, and I'm sure this would be an effective platform for mutual learning, as well as unlearning and relearning. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being the captain of our ship and for always showing us the way. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Naveen Das, Vice Chancellor, Adamas University, India, to convey his special message on today's session. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, my hearty welcome to all the participants for this international organization of educators and researchers collaborated international conference on research and skill development. We, as a partner to the International Organization of Educators and Researchers, we have been endeavoring to uphold the principles of education in the context of today. And I must thank Dr. Shauli Mukherjee, the director of the School of Education, for her endeavor and her tireless effort to ensure that our students and the professionals across the world, they come on platforms where they can exchange ideas, not only for today, but for tomorrow. I must also at the same time thank the joint convener, Dr. Maritez Diolia, for her graceful presence today on this platform and helping us realize this dream. Joint coordinators, Dr. Pranay Pandey and Dr. Go Lisanawati deserve special mention here, because without their effort, I think this kind of a program would not have been possible. The theme that we have for today's conference is emerging issues and practical approaches in research and skill development. Obviously, we are talking in the context of education. And I'm going to, in my short address, going to touch upon two very important aspects in this theme. The first is the emerging issues, and the second is, in the context of these emerging issues, what should be our skill development? What should be our development approach? What are the skills which are still valid, and what are the skills that we have to learn for facing a world which is going to be different? Today, if you see, my dear colleagues, participants, dear students, one of the biggest talk of the town is Chat GPT. Apparently, my friend Yogesh Trivedi and others, in their paper, recent paper, which has not yet come out in public perhaps, they're talking about the transformative artificially intelligent tools, which Chat GPT is just one of them, which is going to generate AI enhanced productivity for human beings. As long as it was based on NLP and not combined with AI, I think all of us, we have used IVRs, we have used automations in many of our work spheres. I think it had its impact to a certain level. But just imagine if tomorrow human-like responses are available at the click of a button. I think that is where the challenges are most prominent. It can not only enhance productivity, it's also going to help us on the right side in teaching, learning, research, whatnot. And on the wrong side, we have to be alert to biases, to ethical issues, and many such not small but big issues. So Chat GPT is going to transform the world, they are saying. What are the things that we need to be doing to ensure that we don't get overwhelmed? My previous speaker talked about looking into the past to ensure that we learn what is to be learned in the past and take the correct steps for future. Right from time immemorial, not only in the past, but in the gory past also, human beings have always wondered and been curious about God. And not only God, God's greatest creation, human beings. Quite likely, anything that comes closer to human beings, cloning human beings, understanding the minds of human beings, have been the greatest passion and the greatest endeavor of all of us. Just to give you an example, I think that's the reason why when in some of our religions, we wanted to have an image of God, the easiest thing that we could do was to create God in the likeness of all of us. God's replica in the likeness of humans have been the normal, usual thought among human beings. Now, the challenge today is that Chat GPT is almost going to clone the human mind. It's going to have perhaps the same biases, the same kind of shibboleths, assumptions that human beings are going to have. But wait and behold, this is where I think human beings have to learn to go beyond the machines. Another friend of professional friend, Shimon Dam, has written recently in one of her papers, that human beings and human minds have always been ahead of machines because of three fundamental differences that human mind has with machines. Yes, the machines have been made by the human minds. Machines are going to learn faster than a human mind. The data that is available to machines are going to far outweigh the data that we can generate and we can process in our minds. I'm sure many of you know that ChatGPT is currently using data up to September 2021. Just imagine, it's a matter of time that would catch up. And once the data available to ChatGPT or any other generative artificial intelligence tool, moment it becomes as current as a human being, I'm sure the capability of these machines are going to go much, much higher. But then, as Shimon has told, or rather cautioned us, that we also need to develop our skills, not only to compete with machines, but also to go ahead of machines. And from the article, I have just taken 3 or 4 of them, which I thought was very, very pertinent as the required skills to be developed among researchers. And these are very, very fundamental, almost shibboleths or assumptions that we normally have during research. But please look at these afresh in the context of artificial intelligence. The reliability or to be trustable is still a human quality. Machines are as reliable as we want machines to be. Easier said than perhaps done and perhaps comprehended. We have to develop our knowledge, the episteme, the phronesis, the wisdom, to the extent that we can be much beyond a machine. The expert knowledge has to be there to ensure that the machines that we are feeding intelligence into do not have the biases, do not have the failings of a human mind. Difficult, I know, but that's the skill that we have to develop. Machine can never replicate human beings in terms of empathy and adaptability. We as human beings, as researchers, will always have this dosage of empathy and adaptability to ensure that our research, as Madam Shauli ma'am was mentioning, that this research that we are doing is for the betterment of the world. The research that we are doing are not like Joseph Mengel's researches in the concentration camps of Hitler, but for the development, for the benefit of humanity at large. The empathy and adaptability. Finally, I think the contextual awareness of a human mind is much, much higher and will remain to be higher than a machine. So 3 important skills, though there are many other skills that we have to have as a human mind, as a researcher, is our reliability, the trustworthiness of the knowledge, the expert knowledge that we have. Second is the empathy and adaptability that we have to develop as a researcher. And most importantly, to my mind, is the contextual awareness that we have to have as a researcher to ensure that the machines that we develop become our slave and we are never a slave to the machines. I know in classrooms, in the field of education, already the very thought of ChatGPT and what it can do in terms of our homework that we give to our children, in terms of the tasks that we give to our scholars, in terms of theses that they produce, is already being scary. But if, as researchers, if we are conscious about the ethical dimensions of technology and also the limitations of machines, that human minds will always work beyond, I think we will be better off and we can face and embrace the world of tomorrow much better, much more equipped, and for the betterment of humanity at large. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Again, a hearty welcome to all the participants. And I hope these 2 days is going to not only answer quite a few questions that we have in our mind, but also raise a few questions that we are still grappling with, and we will still mull over to come up with solutions which are better, optimal for the world of tomorrow. Thank you very much, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for your highly insightful address. And thank you for making time for us despite your busy schedule. Thank you, sir, once again. Now, I would like to invite upon Professor Dr. M. Shah Alam, Board Member, IOER, and Dean, Bangladesh Advanced University of Education and Technology, and Associate Professor, University of Rajshahi, Bangladesh, for his opening remarks. Sir, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Actually, it is my message from Dr. Mohammad Shalom, board member IOER. But my address is to some extent it is not correct because I am professor and dean, Bangladesh Army University of Science and Technology, Soedpur Cantonment, Bangladesh. Okay, this is the mistake. This is the International Conference on Research and Skill Development 2023, jointly organized by School of Education, Adamas University of India, and International Organization of Educators and Researchers in of Philippines. I start my conveying message. The greetings to all of you present at this conference. At the very outset, let me have an opportunity to convey my gratitude and good morning to all participants present in the conference. Today, I feel honored to convey the message over the conference. The theme of the conference is emerging issues and practical approaches in research and skill development. In this presently, we see many changes in the world, changes in technology, changes in economy, changes in education, society, business, innovation, and communication. These changes happen through intensive research with a view to creating new opportunities for students. So IUR and its institutional members are academic organizations that aim at building up new collaborations and partnership among academics, scientists, researchers, practitioners, students across the globe. This conference emphasizes the innovative practices and advancement of research, creating students opportunity in a new environment with a view to creating new knowledge and adding it to the existing knowledge base. Now, I would like to give some messages regarding research and skill development, the facets of research, researcher skill development framework, then I would conclude my speech. Then from different literature, it is believed that the development of research skill occurs on a continuum of knowledge production. From that, which is new to the learner, to finish research that is new to everyone, and to move from the commonly known to commonly not known, or to the totally unknown. From this perspective, they develop research skills and activities manifest along a continuum based on the level of student autonomy. The research skill development framework is useful as both a conceptual and planning tool as well as assessment mechanism. It can be used to develop course and program activities that are appropriate for the level of research being conducted. It can help clarify learning outcomes, develop assessment measurement, track student progress and development. Now I would like to convey my message on facets of research. There are many as 6 facets that I would like to mention here. Remarks and clarity, respond to and initiate research and clarify or determine what knowledge is required. Heading ethical, cultural, social, and team consideration. Second, that is the find and generate needed information using the appropriate methodology, evaluate and reflect, determine and critique the degree of credibility of selected sources, information, data generated, then reflect on the process used, organize and manage, organize information, data to reveal patterns and themes, and manage teams and research processes. Analysis and synthesize, analyze information critically and synthesize new knowledge to produce coherent individual and team understanding, communication and apply, discuss, listen, write, present, perform, and possesses understanding and application of the research and respond to feedback, accounting for ethical, cultural, social, and team issues. So there is a framework. Within this framework, researcher will develop or will create new knowledge. That is the supervisor instigated research, researcher instigated, and discipline lending research. Supervisors instigated research. This included the prescribed research. It is highly structured direction modeling from faculty. Bounded research, it has boundaries set by limited direction from faculty, and scaffolded research, scaffold placed on by faculty shape the students' research. Researcher instigated open-ended research. Here, researcher initiates and supervisors will guide. Unbounded research, the researchers determine guidelines. Discipline leading research, adopted research, the researcher informs other agendas, enlarging research, the researcher enlarges the field of inquiry. These are the framework. Within this framework, that is the we will create, generate new ideas, and it will be transformed to another places so that the people living in this world they will get benefit, and the students, those who are now studying in different institutes in the globe, they can be able to apply this thing using the or industrial revolution. In a nutshell, I would like to say that I have given a message on the SAGE seminar workshop seminar. Many challenges may arise that I have to be addressed by successful research, innovation, and transformation. The planners and policymakers of a country in particular, the world in general, may contribute much to make a sustainable world by formulating plans and policies and implementing them. I believe, not only believe, strongly believe that this conference will bring out new knowledge and add it to the existing knowledge base with a view to making the world sustainable. Thank you very much, because here electricity is up. So I don't know whether you will be able to listen me or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir. And we were able to hear you completely fine. Thank you so much for your insightful conveyance on this occasion and marking the beginning of the 2-day-long international conference. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to read the conference orientation for all the participants as well as the presenters. I would like to reinstate on a few essential points. So everybody is requested to stay on mute except for the presenters, that is on the time of your presentation. The presenters are requested to stay put against a clean backdrop such that your screen is undisputed and it looks vibrant. We hope that you will make the most of this international conference. You can make judicious use of the comment box below, where you can comment about your takeaways and your queries as the sessions shall continue. So now, we have come to a point where I would like to invite Dr. Maritas Ola, President IOER, Editor-in-Chief, Asia Pacific Journal of Advanced Education and Technology. Dr. Ola is a dedicated, resourceful, and goal-oriented educator with a solid commitment to the social and academic growth and development of quality education. She received the award, that is, Doctor in Philosophy in Applied Social Research and Doctor of Philosophy in Diplomacy and International Relations at the Brethren Evangelical School of Theology International in partnership with Cambridge Training College, Britain, London in 2020. Dr. Ola continuously works hard to deliver innovative education approaches and effective school leadership through the organization that she had established, that is the IOER. The organization she founded empowers thousands of educators and students, both on national and international platforms. She has conducted seminars, trainings, conferences in different countries, such as Singapore, Thailand, Cambodia, the Philippines, and Japan. At present, she is the president, founder of the International Organization of Educators and Researchers, an organization of eminent educationists, researchers, and professionals across the globe. She was also the founder of 2 international journals, IOER International Multidisciplinary Research Journal and the Asia Pacific Journal of Advanced Education and Technology. She is an advisory member of International Society for Engineering Research and Development, India, and chief coordinator of Global Trainer Academy. She is also the brand ambassador of All Lives Do Exist Global Peace Movement, USA. Now, I would request Dr. Ola to kindly unmute herself and take over the platform. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Ma'am Prosari. So am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay, so thank you. So good day, participants. So honorable guests, speakers, and participants, welcome to the International Conference on Research and Skills Development with the theme Emerging Issues and Practical Approaches in Research and Skills Development. So let me welcome you all and express my highest appreciation for your presence and involvement in today's event. So today's conference is a significant event where we can share our experiences, knowledge, and research results in various disciplines. So as stated in the IOER mission, to strengthen and transform synergies of knowledge in the field of scientific and academic research activities across the globe, and provide leadership training that promote integrated scholarly activity to enhance research productivity. So this forum provides the intellectual atmosphere among the educators, researchers, and professionals to disclose, share, and talk about the findings, insights of their respective research endeavor. Indeed, the exchange of ideas in this gathering and the explicit demonstration of expertise among paper presenters from such diverse fields and areas of study truly warrant the celebration of the beauty and intimacy of research. So in behalf of the IOER and Adamas University, India, we would like to welcome you all in the International Conference on Research and Skills Development. So thank you also to the head of the organizing committee, Sir Pranay Pandey. So can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so welcome guests and participants. So welcome participants from Adamas University, India. So welcome participants from Government College of Education, India, and RKSMBB, India. Welcome participants from Beta College of Education, India. Participants from Bangladesh Army University of Engineering and Technology, Bangladesh. Welcome participants from University of Split, Croatia, and participants from University of Surabaya, Indonesia. So welcome participants from Lusitania School, Zimbabwe, and participants from Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. So welcome participants from Assertive Leadership College, Peru, and welcome participants from the Philippines, the Department of Education. Welcome participants from Mataas na Paralan Doña Chudora Alonso from Manila, and participants from St. Dominic College of Asia. Welcome participants from Rizal Technological University, Philippines, and Adventist University of the Philippines. So welcome participants from Colegio de San Juan de Letran, Bataan, and Mater Redemptoris Collegium, Philippines. Welcome participants from Tondo High School, Manila, and the University of Mindanao. So welcome participants from Northern Iloilo State University and participants from Zamboanga Peninsula Polytechnic State University. Welcome participants from University of Batangas and participants from Tarlac State University. Welcome participants from Bukidnon State University and East West Mindanao College Incorporated. Welcome participants from Ampatuan National High School, Maguindanao, and participants from St. Bridget College, Batangas. So to all participants, welcome to the International Conference on Research and Skills Development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing the honors and for being with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Bola. Now it is time that I would invite our first delegate for her presentation, Dr. Pragya Mohanty, Associate Professor, School of Education, Adamas University, and Associate Director, Social Responsibility, Adamas University. She is a university coordinator of NSS and Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Dr. Mohanty has more than 20 years of teaching experience in both General Degree College and Teachers Training Institute in Odisha and West Bengal. She has published research papers and articles in peer-reviewed journals, both national and international. She is a reviewer of internationally reputed journals and a life member of International Peer-Reviewed Journal. She has participated and presented paper at the 16th International Conference for History and Heritage 2020, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dr. Mohanty has done her PhD in education from Utkal University. Some of her major publications include Education in Post-Pandemic Era, a Paradigm Shift, Home Support and Job Satisfaction of Female Secondary School Teachers, Self-Concept, Achievement Motivation, Test Anxiety, Effect on Academic Achievement, Behavior Management for Children with Autism Spectrum Disorders through Adapted Physical Education, etc. Now, may I call upon Dr. Pragya Mohanty to present her talk on ethical consideration of research in social sciences. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Prasari, and thank you all the esteemed personnel who are present over here. Let me share my screen. Yeah. So the topic for today's discussion is ethical considerations of research in social science. When we are considering or discussing about research, it comes to our mind that research must be something different, something very tough, very hard tasks, which require different types of skills so that we can find out a conclusion and we can find out something, we can reach the conclusion and we can find out something new. But it is exactly not like that. If we analyze our day-to-day behavior, day-to-day lifestyle, we can see that in each and every sphere of life, we do research works to find out, to reach to the conclusion, to find the new things, to discriminate between right and wrong, truth and false. So when we are discussing about research, although this type of research which is conducted in educational sphere, it may be something different, but it is not at all related to we can say that it is related to our lifestyle in each and every sphere, each and every time. So let us see what is research. We know that research, as from the very name, it implies that research or searching about, finding the truth, searching about something to reach to the conclusion, to solve the problem. But when we are discussing about all these things, we know that research, what we are saying, it is something different from the physical science, research in physical science and research in social science. As we know that in physical science, 0 is having some absolute value 0, 1 is 1, and 2 is double of 1. But if we consider that is in social science, it is not like that. In social science, 0 does not mean absolute 0. Suppose we say that a person is securing 0 mark in mathematics, another person is securing 50 mark and another is 100 marks. We cannot say that the person who is securing 0 mark in mathematics is having 0 knowledge, or the person who is securing 50 mark is and the person who is securing 100 marks, we cannot say that the person who is securing 100 mark is having double knowledge of that person who is securing 50 marks. Because our subjects in social science, we deal with human beings, and the attitude, values, behavior of human being, it is always changeable. There is no fixed time. So the people or the students who secured like this type of marks, there may be some incident, maybe some things in their life, that is why they didn't perform well. That does not mean like that they have secured 0 knowledge, they have secured double marks like this. So when we are considering research in social science, we must be more careful about this, because our estimation, our assessment, our measurement, all these things depends upon our ability, our skill, how we measure others, as our subjects are the human beings. So while doing this, we can say that research is something which is a conscious activity and which is a very systematic activity and which is also objectively analyzed, and we have to find out the reliability, validity, objectivity, and simplicity of different things so that we can apply it in our in different situation or in our day-to-day life. So when we are saying research is not something like that which we can do and we can keep it with us, and it may enhance our ability, it may enhance our career, but it should have applicability aspect in the society. So when we are doing research, we should think that we are doing research for the development of the society. We are not doing research for ourselves, for enhancing our scores or for enhancing our degrees like that. So research in social science is somewhat different from that of physical science, because research in social science, it deals itself with the human beings, their attitude, aptitude, behavior, intelligence, creativity, everything, and which is not having any absolute value like 0, double value or triple value like that. So first of all, while doing research in social science, we must understand that what is research. We know that, as I told you before, that research is researching about something, reinventing about something, creating something new, finding out the solutions, reaching out the conclusion, and which will also be applicable for the development of the society. And while doing so, we should have, the researcher, he should keep in consideration different aspects, that how to start a research, how to select a problem, what should be his or her objectives, whether I should keep hypothesis for my study or I should frame some research questions like this, and which method I'm going to apply, who will be my population, who will be my sample, what type of technique I'm going to adopt in analyzing, interpreting the data, and what should be my conclusion. So when one person is doing research or the researcher, they have to keep in mind all these things, and they have to very minutely keep in mind all these things and apply his judgment, intelligence while selecting all these things, while selecting the sample, while selecting the topic, title, what should be his or her variable of the study, what is the independent variable and what is the dependent variable, who will be the categorized variable, like this. So research, even if I say that we are doing research in each and every time in our day-to-day life, still a formal research work needs all these things. We may do a lot of research in our life, just like buying vegetables to selecting schools of study, selecting our dresses and everything. In each and every sphere, we do market survey. We take in people's opinion regarding which is good, which is bad. We may look at the statistics of the study. All these things we use, but while doing formal research, we need all these things. All these things means selecting it starts with selecting or finding a problem. While selecting a problem, we have to keep in mind what are the requirements of that area, that society or that environment. Accordingly, what is the problem which lies over there, and what should in which way I should proceed so that the problem can be minimized, we can reach at the conclusion. So by keeping all these things in mind, a researcher in social science has to select his topic or title of the research. After that, while selecting the title of the research, he needs to do a lot of study of related literatures. If the previous researches have already been done, then he has to find out where is the gap or where the gap exists. So finding out the research gap, then defining the variables properly. If from the very beginning, the researcher is able to define the variable properly, then he can proceed in the research work in a very systematic way, because there is a clear-cut idea in his mind so that he can proceed systematically, objectively, and scientifically. After doing all these things, the next task is to select the population of the study, then to select the samples. Who will be the samples? What should be the size of the sample? What should be the type of the sample? Whether it is simple random, stratified random, or what type of cluster and snowball. He can, as per the area of research, as per the title of the research, he has to select the sample of the study in a very proper way so that he can proceed smoothly. So selection of the sample is one of the important tasks, unless there will be biasness in your work or in the findings. So this is need to be done. After finding out the population sample, then the next task is to decide the tools by which the researcher is going to get data from the respondents. So this to be done very systematically, and it is preferable that the researcher should use standardized technique, even if he is adopting something or even if he is doing something, some skills, developing some skills, then he has to standardize it. And we know what the process of standardization involves. So after doing all these things, the next procedure is data collection. He has to collect data. Then last one, then after collecting the yes, during the data collection time, or when he is collecting the data, he should look after to different aspects, that it should be the data should be properly, the people should represent their area properly, and all these things. After data collection, the next task is analysis and interpretation. Analysis and interpretation in social science research we can do in two ways. Like we may do it qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis, or we may do it through the mixed method. But for each and every method, there are certain criteria, parameters that a researcher has to understand, that what he should do and how he should analyze the data, so that he can reach at the conclusion, and the conclusion or result can be generalized over the population from which the samples were drawn. So this is an important aspect. But while doing so, then he can give findings and conclusions. But while doing so, one thing comes to the mind, that whether I am developing or whether I am doing my research in a proper way, whether I am obeying all these things, whether I am going through, or whether the proper research and proper data analysis procedure has been maintained, whether there is no personal biasness involved, or whether it is reviewed perfectly, or like that. So when these sort of questions come to our mind, here comes the ethical considerations. So ethical consideration is an important aspect of each and every research work, that the researcher, he should understand what ethic is, what type of ethic involved in different types of research. What we are saying, ethical considerations of research in social science, it is something different, because in physical science you can measure exactly. There no question of personal biasness can involve in the research work of research in physical science or research in other aspects. But while we are talking about social science, we may be influenced by certain factors. There may be certain personal biasness. There may be the lace of confidentialities of collecting the data and keeping it. So here ethical consideration in social science is an important aspect. And if it is not properly maintained, then the analysis and interpretation and the result, this will not come true. And it cannot be generalized over the population from which the data has been collected. So in social science, ethical consideration, we can say that it is an important aspect. So from my screen, it is very clearly visible that research is something which is very systematic, very objective and scientific work, which can be undertaken, which can lead to find out a perfect solution to a problem, to reach at the conclusion, to differentiate between truth and false, right and wrong. So, and we can say that research is a continuous activity. Assessment involves critical assessment. Then it is a systematic observation, and the fact of the research is always there in the subconscious activity. Let us know about research in social science. We have just now discussed that there are different streams of subjects like science, humanities, then mathematics and social science. When we are talking about social science, it involves the data gathering, analyzing and interpreting the information for a variety of areas like social, economic, educational and political purposes. So when we consider the area of research in social science, we can say that here we have to do researches in different areas like which involves the problems like social problem, economic problem, educational and political. So these are, and we know that if we want to gather information from all these things and we want to discuss about, we want to do research work in all these things, then it is as our subjects are the human beings. So it is essential that we have to keep in mind the ethical considerations. So as I told you before, it is not like that solving some mathematical problem, finding out some new solution, new formula, where there is no question of personal biasness can interfere, no question of environmental effect can interfere. But here in social science research, it is essential that we have to strictly obey all these things, or else our result may be misleading and our result may not be interpreted or may not be generalized for all those people for whom we are conducting a research and for the purpose of social service, or we can say that for contributing to the society in a greater way. Our researcher will not do that. So research in social science is an important aspect where ethical consideration is having utmost importance. Then let us know what is ethics in social science. When we are saying that ethics, we know that from Kohlberg's study, morality, ethic, and all these things, this begins from the birth of the child. But the type of morality and ethics, it differ at different stages in human being. Just like at the toddlers or infancy stage, it is just obedience versus punishment. Like this, ethics develop at different stages. But ethic in social science is not like that. Ethic, when we are saying the ethics, it involves the moral responsibility of the researcher to do the research work in a very perfect manner by obeying all the rules and regulations of the research. So ethic, we know that ethic is there and it starts from the beginning of a child's life as per Kohlberg, but it is not like that in research in social science. Research in social science, where ethic is concerned, ethic implies that it is a very, we can say that it is to obey all the moral philosophy, systematizing the data, then defending the data, then finding out proper solution to the data and recommending the solution to the problem. And that problem, that solution should be generalized over the population and it should be acceptable and practicable by the society so that we can adapt it for the development of the society. Let us know what are the code and policies for educational ethics, for research in ethics. So these are some of the codes and policies you can see from my screen. That is honesty, respect for intellectual property, objectivity, integrity, non-discrimination, carefulness, social responsibility, and openness. So honesty, we know that all these, we know all these concepts, but how we can apply it in research? Honesty is an important aspect in the research. The researcher, while doing the research, must be honest to make judgment. There should not be any biasness. He should honestly assess the data collected by him, and he should give his solutions either in qualitative or through quantitative way. There should not be any manipulation of data. Suppose researcher want that this should be my result, then he should work hard, he should select proper sample, he should select proper area, environmental things and all these things, so that he should not manipulate his data. This is called honesty. Then the next one is respect for intellectual property. While proceeding research, the ethical consideration, one of the important aspects is respect for intellectual property. Intellectual properties are there, we should respect that. Then objectivity. So while doing research work, one should proceed it through objectively. Objectivity should be there. He should not be biased. He should not be the researcher should not proceed in different ways anyhow to achieve the goal. This is not the research. Research work should be objectively defined. He should first of define the research work. The researcher should define the objective of the study, and accordingly he should proceed it. How should I do? What should I do so that I can achieve my objectives? So he should proceed in a very objective, systematic, and scientific way. And the next one is confidentiality. As we know, the research work in social science and the samples in most of the cases involves human beings. So confidentiality is about them and their identity that should not be disclosed. What data the researcher is getting, he should not disclose it. So confidentiality is an important aspect. Then integrity and non-discrimination. Integrity implies, we know that it is integrating, the individual should have his own integrity of mind so that he can proceed perfectly. And there should not be any discrimination or any biasness regarding to the data, regarding to the sample, to whom I should collect sample. These are my favorable students, these are my favorable persons, or this place is close to me, so that I can collect data from that place. So when he is collecting data, when he is selecting the sample, when he is selecting the tools, in each and every step, that should be the policy of non-discrimination. He should not discriminate that for this reason I am selecting this, or for that reason they are close to my mind, or they are close to my place, so I will be collecting information from them, or this subject is close to me, so I should do research work in this subject, or these people are close to me, like this. That should be the policy of non-discrimination. Carefulness, we know that each and every state he has to be careful, cautious, while from the very beginning selecting the title to reaching out the conclusion, giving recommendation. Then social responsibility. All of us, we think that we are doing our research work only to enhance our degree, to get some more scores, but it is not like that. Each and every type of research work that has to be of social aspect, that research work should contribute for the development of the society. This research work should help the people living in the society to live their life in a better way, so that this research work should help them in this way. So the researcher should keep in mind that he is not doing the research work for getting degrees or for enhancing his academic scores or performances. Rather than this research work, at the end of the day, should have some major contribution for the development of the society. So social responsibility since should be there. Then there should be openness. Let us know about some of the more code and policies for research ethics. While doing research, I told you before that confidentiality should be mentioned. Then the researcher should take the permission from whom he is getting the data, or so he should take the permission from the sample. About what? About the things, about the details, what he will be getting from his respondent. He should take the permission, and there should not be no hidden camera, microphone, tape record, or anything should be there without the permission of the respondent or the sample. And if the researcher is getting data from the minors or some special persons, then he should take the permission from their parents, from their guardians also. The next one is, he should accept that to whom from whom I am getting the research, from whom I am getting the data. All of them, they may not accept my invitation. They may not interested to give their personal details, or to give some information from their end. So there may be some people like that. So the researcher, has to, he should know, and he has to accept that all the person to whom I will be approaching, they may not give the respondent as I want. So he should be ready to accept these things. Then in an if the researcher is doing experimental research, then giving the experimental treatment, there may be some change in behavior. They may be permanent or they may be temporary. But for that change in behavior, researcher always be careful, and he should always be consciously arranging something so that this change of behavior will not happen in future, or he should take precautions to protect the subjects from having mental and physical harm due to the experimental treatment. The researcher should make his or her data available for scrutiny. That means the researcher should may take second opinion while getting the data, and he may take the help of the other researchers, and he should not hesitate about that, so that the data what he is likely to collect, that will give the exact result as per the nature of the research work. Then the researcher should give due credit to all the persons at the end of the research work who has helped him a lot while doing the research work. Then the researcher has made some promises to if the researcher made some promises to the participant, then he should honor, and that promises should be fulfilled. These are some of the ethical considerations of research work in social science. When we are talking about ethics, I told you before that ethic is this is developed from the very beginning of the child's life. But ethic in research is somehow different from what he received from his parents, from his peers, or from the school, because ethic in research involves a lots of responsibility. The researcher, while conducting more precisely ethics in social science research, involves a lot of responsibility. And the researcher should know that I am doing research not for the benefit of not for enhancing my degree, not for the benefit of myself, rather than this research work will help to contribute for the development of the society. This is the first one. And the second one, if the researcher is conscious about the ethical considerations, then the result which he will get at the end of the study, that result can be generalized. That result should be generalized. The result can be generalized over the population from where he has collected the data, or from where he has drawn his sample. And ethics, maintaining ethic and doing proper research work is a topmost job, as the researcher while doing the research may face many difficulties. So he or she should not deviate from that. He or she should not, there should not be any loss of interest or motivation while doing so and maintaining proper ethic. So as we know, ethic in social science is an important aspect, and the researcher has to obey keep in mind all these things. Then the research, the end of the day, when the research work will be complete, he can this research work will be a proper research work, and it will add value to the society, value in the life of the people. So ethic in social science research is an important aspect, and the researcher while doing so should keep in mind all these things. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Just a minute. There is a question. Let me see, ma'am. Do you think maintaining research ethic can pose constraint? And if so, how can it be regulated? This is a very good question. Prosari asked this question that, ma'am, do you think maintaining research ethics can pose a constraint in progression of research work? If so, how can it be regulated? Very good question, Prosari. And you know that if we select proper title or proper topic, area of research, and we, as per the need of the research, we frame proper research question, hypothesis, and objectives, then we can proceed in a proper way. yes, of course, sometimes there are constraints in maintaining research ethic, but the researchers should not deviate, should not lose their interest or demotivated to doing so, because there are different, if one way is closed, there are different ways. You may get manipulated data from different persons while collecting data, but you know that there are, if we want to collect, if our sample size is 400, then we have to collect data from 500. Because there are some things which we at the end of the data collection we have to cancel those data, because they may not give the proper information, and when you will be looking at these data sets, you can find yourself that there are these informations are not proper. I can say that from my experience, when we are posing or asking different questions, or we are taking interview, the people, they are saying something, but while getting data from them, they are not writing it properly. So while collecting information, we can, or while collecting data, if there are 400 samples we can select, then we can go for collecting data from 500 people, keeping in mind that some data will be discarded because they have not given it properly. And mainly in social science research, this is the most important, this is the I think that this constraint is almost happens because the people, they are not giving the data, but maintaining research ethic in Navasar, yeah. So while maintaining research ethic, it is not, this is not that we will maintain it in collecting data or in analyzing and interpreting. You can see that if we collect data properly, still then suppose we frame the hypothesis in a proper particular way, and at the end of the day our data is not supporting that hypothesis. Many researchers used to manipulate these things, but in case of doing manipulation, we can recollect data, we can go for another set of collecting data, so that our data can prove the result, we can find out the result perfectly. Okay, Prosari, are you satisfied?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another question is from Navasar. What kind of ethical issue we shall maintain in an experimental research? We know that in experimental research, either we have to proceed one group pretest post-test design, or we have to proceed the 2 groups or 4 groups, control group, experimental group, again dividing into them. So while selecting the control group, experimental group, no preference or personal biasness should be there, because I will be giving a special treatment. So these are my favorite students, I am selecting these students for giving special treatment, and other people will be there for control group. Not like that. While selecting sample for experimental research, either it may be one group pretest post-test or control group experimental group design, we have to select data properly, and while selecting the data, the personal biasness should not include. And other things like data manipulation, interpretation, that should have, the researchers should keep an eye over all these things, so that we can manage and we can control our situation, and the result can be the result the result of the research work that will be added value to the society and in the life of the students and in the life of the people over which or on which we collect data. Navasar? Okay, so Prasadi, over to you. Thank you. If there are any other questions, you can ask, or Prasadi, you can continue.
Prashadi, your sound is not audible.
Prashari, there we have a network glitch. Please check it out. You are not audible.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, Prasari.
Okay.
Please continue.
Yeah.
So I would request the Adamas University technical team to kindly display the certificate, that is the awarding certificate of appreciation for Dr. Pragyan Mohanty. Thank you so much.
Thank you, technical team.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on, I would now like to invite Mr. Ruben Garcia, CEO and founder, Assertive Leadership College, Peru.
API কে বললাম তারপরে
Garcia
কিছু চিৎকার
is
দিয়েছে
an
ফালতু
educator
ফালতু কথা বলে না
and
কোনো
English
মানে হয় না
language
একটা অফিস
teacher
টু অফিস
with
করেসপন্ডেন্স হচ্ছে
32
মানে এরা
years
যেন সবকিছু
of
পার্সোনাল লেভেলে নিয়ে
experience
না
in
অ্যাভেলেবল থাকলে বল
EL
না হলে
and
পরে হবে
ELT.
আপনি তো আমাকে
He
এটা
also
বলেননি
works
চিঠি
as
আমার কাছে
a
আসেনি
coach
আর এইসব
in
জেনে আমাদের কি
leadership,
যায় তখন ঠিক ছিল
personal
অরুন্ধতি এর কোনো
development,
দোষ নেই অরুন্ধতি
and
দেখে আমি তো ভালো করে
personal
চিনি
growth.
কিন্তু এর যে প্রোগ্রাম অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট সে তোমার বেশি সব ঠিক বলে দিচ্ছি তবে
I think somebody has their audio on and it is causing sort of an interruption. If you can please check whose audio is it. Okay, thank you. She also works as a coach in leadership, personal development, and professional growth. She is one of the board of directors at IATEFL, Peru. Mr. Garcia is a member of the board of directors at ALVARO, which is a non-profit association which provides voluntary assistance to people with emotional needs. He is the CEO at Speak Up Assertive Leadership Company, which is a consulting company for professional and personal growth. He is the Peru branch president at the International Chamber of Language Teachers and the International Organization of Public Speaker. He is the country director of the International Internship University and Deputy National Director at International Society of Teachers, Administrators, and Researchers. He's also the country director at Africa Global Development for Positive Change Initiative and Igniting Dreams of Young Minds Foundation. He is an honorary international advisory board member of Positive Thoughts, Consulting, and Training Solutions, Krishna Educare, SKEDUX, honorary country head. Now, I would like to call upon Ruben Garcia, Dr. Ruben Garcia, to present his talk on Get to Know Your Real Skills for Success. So please.
Thank you very much. Am I audible enough?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
You are.
Great. Well, we are talking about skills, and let's mention another word that is related to skills: talents. What is the difference between talents and skills? You can participate in the chat box. Talents or skills? Have you heard this expression, God's gift? So the talent is the God's gift. When you are born, it is said that we are born with talents. Have you heard that? Talented people are the ones who have those things that they can perform without making much effort. And the skills are that everybody can learn. In other words, if I start classes of singing, I can learn the techniques of singing. But if I'm not talented in singing, I'm not going to become a popular singer. And that is the things, and those are the things that we need to take into account. We can learn everything. We can get the skills. We can have skills to success. No matter if we have not those God-gift talents. So, what are the skills that we need to get to know to succeed? Depends on what you need to succeed about. Let me share with you some information about it. Okay. If you take a look to my screen, we are talking about the National Research Council in the 21st Century Skills. We talked about the cognitive skills, the ones that we can get through the years, the intellectual ability, knowledge, cognitive strategies, and creativity. We can be creative. We can learn how to be creative. But if you are talented, you will have more creativity than others who are not. In this world, we need to be a lot creative. Beyond the cognitive skills, if we continue talking about this, we talked about the intrapersonal skills. And we mean work, ethic, conscientiousness, self-evaluation, which is very important to evaluate ourselves. The mindset. This word is very well known nowadays. We always say that we need to have a positive mindset to succeed. We need perseverance, metacognition, intellectual openness, and curiosity. So the ones that I am mentioning now is the result of the National Research Council for the 21st Century Skills. And if we continue showing this research, we find now that interpersonal skills, teamwork, it is known now that teamwork is what the companies look for when they need to recruit employees or executives. The collaboration, very important. How about leadership? And there is a question that is always open. And there are many answers around. The leader is born, or the leader is furnished through the years? What do you think? We also have communication, which is very important. The things that we're doing now. We are communicating remotely. We are from different places of the world. I am from Peru in South America. I am communicating with you. The way I need to communicate with you is that you need to get my message. So I have to convey the message. I need to plan very well what I want you to get from me. What kind of information? And we are talking about skills today. And if these skills, one of these skills, which is very important in interpersonal skills, conflict resolution. And something very important as well, the empathy. How empathetic you consider you are. How about the character education? We need a lot of this. Character education. Performance character. Self-discipline. Perseverance. Planning. Creativity. Curiosity. Open-mindedness. Metacognition. In character education, we also have the moral character. And we mention empathy, now fairness, integrity, compassion. How important this compassion is nowadays. Social emotional learning now. Self-awareness. Recognizing one's emotions, values, strengths, and challenges. We continue with this social emotional learning. Self-management. Managing emotions and behaviors to achieve one's goals, which is very difficult to get. Managing emotions. How often can you make this face? No matter the problems that you might have, how you manage that emotion and keep a positive attitude. In the social emotional learning, we also have the social awareness, understanding of and empathy for others. Responsible decision making, constructive ethical choices about personal and social behavior. Relationship skills, teamwork again, conflict resolution, positive relationships. Positive relationships, very important. We have also personal psychology, the openness, the curiosity, creativity, insightfulness, conscientiousness, self-control, great organization, planning, emotional stability, nervousness, anxiety, tension, agreeableness, kindness, empathy, social intelligence, extraversion in this personal psychology, assertiveness. How assertiveness is that important? What do we understand by assertiveness? How we define assertiveness? Mean what you say, to say what you mean. How often do you practice this? Do you think this is a big skill to master, as well as an enthusiasm and energy, and the engagement and motivation? How motivated are you to fulfill your goals? How engaged you are now to stay here and learn from one another? this engagement and motivation, which are influenced by perceptions of competence, autonomy, sense of belonging in one's community, which contributes to one's willingness to adopt established norms, regulations, and the cognitive psychology, executive function, self-regulatory processes, governing attention, planning, decision-making, inhibition, mental flexibility, problem-solving, reasoning, memory, etc. And we have this. We have very important what we have in the academic, professional, and personal success. That is what we want to pursue. And the advanced skills, critical thinking, problem solving, effective communication, and the mid-level skills we understand for goal setting, planning, organizing, collaboration towards a common goal, taking responsibility for actions. And foundational skills, for example, perseverance, self-regulation, supportive external conditions, school-based and other environments that produce a sense of physical and emotional safety and that provide high expectations and support. So, as a conclusion, what can we say? Everything that I have mentioned today are skills that we can get through the years. How we perform them, how good are we at them, it depends on how much time we are involved in doing our best. Don't you think that these skills of the 21st century are the ones that we need to be successful? What success means to you? To me, success is to be a very good professional, but a better person. And those skills that I have just shown you are the ones that we need in this world. Be empathetic. And conflict resolution is very important since we live in a society and we need to live in peace for our well-being. And say, yes, we are here for that. And we have to be very human as we are doing now, sharing our time and learning together. Thank you very much. Greetings from Lima, Peru. Any questions will be welcome. Back to you. You can type your questions in the chat box, so I will kindly answer it. So here we have some participations of you know, when you say talent is natural, but talented people also practice their skills. Sure. Totally agree. And then we have a question. Huh? Sir, what is the motivation to become successful? Very important question. What is the motivation to become successful? Success is something that make you feel fulfilled. And that fulfillment makes you feel happy. What you want to get, for example, if you finish a PhD, is that your success for this academic growth. And we're talking about economic, to buy a house. If you want to buy a house, a bigger house, that can makes you successful because you fulfill that necessity that your mindset has in whatever you consider as a goal and you achieve, that's your success because that makes you feel happy. Thank you for the question.
So do we have any other questions for Dr. Garcia? You can make judicious use of the chat box if you want to ask your questions to him. So there are a few beautiful comments for you. There's one from Ariane. She said, thank you for that beautiful and transformational talk, Dr. Ruben Garcia. And there are quite a few others as well. Now, I would request the Adamas University technical team to assist us with the display of the awarding certificate of appreciation for Professor Dr. Ruben Garcia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My pleasure. Greetings from South America, Peru.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Ruben Garcia, once again for joining us today. Now, I would like to invite for today's session, Dr. Patricia Gandhi, Head of Academics.
Hello. Hello, can I continue?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Gandhi has a master's in educational management. She has been in the field of education for the past 30 years. She has been a research person in international conference on human rights and a panelist at the International Summit on Innovative Educators. She was a keynote speaker at the International Conference on the theme of 21st Century Pedagogy. And she spoke at the International Conference on the role of innovation and entrepreneurial skills to get success at the 21st century world of work. She has served as a proactive educator at the International Conference on STEM Education. She was the keynote speaker on International Humanity Solidarity Day organized by Swami Devi Dayal Law College and WICCI. She spoke at Share Your Success Story by Global Trainer Academy, Asian Excellence Awards 2022 on education. She has earned an honorary doctorate in teaching and learning from IIU. She's also a recipient of Qatar Complimentary Ticket awarded to 21,000 teachers on World Teachers' Day 2020. She emerged as the most enthusiastic e-waste warrior on Rise Up for E-Waste International Project and a Sustainable Development Goal leader from IYDN. Her personal philosophy reads, leave no child behind. Candle loses nothing but lighting other candles. Believe in yourself and look up to yourself in the mirror, for that is your only competitor. Now, I would request Dr. Patricia Gandhi to present her deliberation on research methods and methodology. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers across the globe, to all the students. I would like to acknowledge I see RSD for giving me this opportunity today to be sharing with you about research methods and methodology. And I would like to start by saying that research methods and methodology are fundamental components of any scientific investigation because they provide systematic approach to the collection, analysis, and interpretation of data in order to answer research questions in hypotheses. As students, for you to have a degree, you need to do a research. So research, we have different approaches to research that I'm just going to share. Sorry about my voice. I am down with the flu, but I hope I am going to do much justice to the topic. So I would like to explain why research methods and methodology are important. They are important because they provide a structured approach to conducting research. And when we are talking about research methods, we refer to the techniques and tools that are used to collect data and information, while research methodology then refers to the overall approach and strategy that you are going to use to conduct your research. And by using appropriate research methods and methodology, researchers can ensure that their research is conducted in an objective and systematic way, and also considering the ethical considerations that we must take into account. And this will increase the reliability and validity of your findings, and this making in various fields such as healthcare, I'm doing it's informed decision making, especially in the various areas that we are researching on. And then appropriate research methods and methodology also ensure that ethical principles are upheld, such as obtaining informed consent from participants. We know that whenever we want to go and collect data, we need to have a consent form that whomever you are getting the data from has consented to. Those are the ethical principles that we apply. Also protecting their privacy and confidentiality and avoiding any harm or exploitation. And this will help maintain the integrity of the research that you are doing, and it will build trust between you and the researcher and the community. And then, as we all know, that research methods and methodology, they are the backbone of any research study that you would like to do, and they'll refer to techniques and tools that are used to collect, analyze data in any research. And the choice of research methods that we use depend on various factors that I'm going to explain here. How do you come about with the research question that you are going to do? The research question then is the one that will direct you, or it will dictate the type of method or the type of methodology that you are going to use. And research questions that require numerical data, obviously at the end, they would require a quantitative research methods, while research questions that require non-numerical data that are open-ended, they would require a qualitative research method used. And then the other factor that influences our choice of the because it influences also the choice that you are going to make. For instance, quantitative research methods are suitable for collecting numericative research methods are suitable for collecting non-numerical data, like I explained. And then also the sample population. It also influences your choice, because if the sample population is very small and homogeneous, qualitative research methods will be very appropriate. While if the sample population is large and very diverse, sometimes you need to apply quantitative research methods. And then your research also is determined by the resources that are available. For example, the money aspect, because sometimes you need to travel, sometimes you need to print, sometimes you need to go on the internet and research. It also depends on your supervisors, the people, the sample that you have chosen, also influence the choice of research methods and methodology. So some research methods are very time consuming and very expensive than others. So these are some of the factors that you need to think about before you start your research. And then we move on to the research skills methodology, which refers to the set of principles and practices that guide the process of conducting research. And whenever we are doing research, we've got what we call the research design. And for the research design, obviously, the first thing that you might need to think is of any problem that you are having in the community. And you identify the research question that you would like to answer, and then develop what we call a research plan. After developing a research plan, then you collect the data. Collecting the data then needs analysis of the data, then interpretation of the results, and then lastly, you communicate your findings after you have done your research. Then we move on, explaining further about the research question. When you're identifying the research question, this is your first step. The research question then becomes the central inquiry that your study seeks to answer. What is it that you need to answer? Then the research questions, normally we say that it should be SMART. We all know that SMART means it should be smart, it should be specific, it should be measurable, it should be attainable or achievable, and it should be relevant to whatever you are going to study. And then time bound. There is a time frame for your research. For example, research questions that I've just picked up, they are psychology. Maybe you want to ask yourself, what is the impact of stress on mental health? How does technology affect student learning outcomes? What are the risk factors for diabetes amongst adults? And then what is the impact of employee motivation on organizational performance? And lastly, maybe in sociology, you want to ask, you're answering a question on interpersonal communication. Maybe there's a problem that we have identified. How does social media use affect interpersonal communication and relationship, of which maybe we've seen that it has greatly affected the way our relationship matters. Those are some of just examples that I'm giving about the research questions. They should be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Then the research plan itself. What do we mean by the research plan? Then when we are talking about the research plan, we are now investigating, this is an outline of how we are going to investigate the question, including the research design, the data collection, and the data analysis techniques. It provides a clear focus for the study and ensure that your research is relevant. Because sometimes when we do research, you find that the research is not relevant. And when your chapter 1 is marked, it's brought back to you because it's not meaningful to the field. So your research question, for example, how can the use of technology enhance student engagement and learning outcomes? That's your research. For example, that's your research question. This is focusing on the use of technology, and it is very relevant in this era that we are in, and how it can be used to improve student engagement and learning outcomes in any specified area. So what will be your design be? The study would involve designing and implementing a technology-enhanced instruction intervention, maybe in a high school social studies classroom or anywhere, and then you evaluate the impact of the intervention on student engagement and their learning outcomes. Then when you're looking at the research plan, this would involve selecting a suitable technology intervention. What are you going to use? Such as a learning management system. For example, here we use what we call the synetical, whereby we can trace student engagement and their learning outcomes. When we're using the Microsoft Teams, we could tell that this student has logged in. What is the activity? We could tell, was the child engaged? And then maybe use of educational software, or you design your own application, or you design a course module that integrates technology. Now moving on the research methods. Research methods, now we are talking used to collect data and information in any research. And these are classified. I'm going to look at the classification later. But you also make use of research tools. For example, student surveys. How are you going to do the student surveys when you go to the high school? Are you going to observe classrooms, especially on the technology that we have invented? Are you going to do classroom observation? Are you going to look at the student performance assessment to evaluate the impact of technology? Then we move on to classification of research methods. When we are classifying research methods, we use mainly about 4, the quantitative research methods, and research. We are looking at quantitative research methods that are used to collect numerical data, which can be analyzed. This data can be analyzed using statistical methods. Examples of quantitative research methods, we include surveys, you can do experiments, you can do statistical analysis of existing data that is there. And quantitative research is appropriate when researchers need to measure and analyze numerical data. For example, if researchers want to determine the effectiveness of a new drug, a quantitative research method such as an experimental design would be very appropriate. Now moving on to qualitative research. Qualitative research is used to collect non-numerical data that can provide a rich and an in-depth insight into a research topic. For examples of qualitative research methods include interviews. You can hold interviews, because on interviews, sometimes we end up with long-ended questions and answers, focus groups, and maybe you're just observing someone. And it is appropriate when researchers need to collect non-numerical data, such as opinions, attitudes, and experience. What is the attitude of students on the learning management system that you have introduced? For example, if researchers want to understand the experiences of cancer patients, a qualitative research method such as a case study can be done, or ethnography. maybe those will be very important. Now moving on to the mixed methods research, of which someone might want to use both the quantitative and the qualitative research. And this would provide a more complete understanding of a research topic. And this approach can be particularly useful when studying complex phenomena that cannot be fully captured or using a research method. For example, if the researchers want to understand the impact of new teaching methods on student learning outcomes, like the example that I just gave, a mix whereby you can make use of surveys in the classroom, you can do experiments, or you can do interviews. You are using the mixed methods research. Then there's an action research, which is appropriate also when researchers need to solve problems, for example, in the real world. For example, if a school wants to improve those student learning outcomes, action research will be involved conducting research to identify the problem, developing a plan to address the problem, and implementing the plan. And lastly, evaluating the results. So this is the classification of research methods that one can use. Then I just wanted to explain about data analysis, how you can analyze data. But before data analysis, we all know that there is data collection. And data collection, like I said, you can use the methods that I explained right now, and it is a very critical component of research. And then, like I said, you can use common methods like surveys, interviews, observations, experiments, or you can use secondary data sources such as databases, reports, or literature. So that's data collection. But after the data collection, now you move on to data analysis. And data analysis now, it is a process of examining and interpreting data that you have just collected to draw meaningful conclusions and insights about your research. It involves organizing, summarizing, interpreting data to identify the patterns that are there. Relationships, maybe also with trends. So in research, we say that data analysis is used mainly to test hypotheses, answer your research questions that you have, and making inferences about maybe a population based on a sample data. And there are different methods of data analysis depending on the nature of the data and the research questions that you have been using. Some common methods of data analysis include descriptive statistics. You are using the statistics that you got, maybe from the quantitative method that you use, the qualitative method that you use, also inferential statistics, and then a qualitative analysis. When we say descriptive statistics, we mean you need to involve organizing and summarizing your data using measures such as you calculate what is the mean, what is the median, the average, the mode, the range. Sometimes you need to calculate the standard deviation. And these statistics will provide an overview of the data that you've just collected and will help you to identify patterns and relationships with the data. When we are talking about inferential statistics, we mean involving using those statistical tests to make the inferences. I got these patterns, I got these trends. You can make inferences about a population, and these tests can help you to determine whether the results that you obtained are statistically significant, and can they be used maybe to generalize the population being studied. And lastly, the qualitative analysis of involves analyzing now the non-numerical data that you got from the quantitative approach, such as interview. You analyze now the interviews, the transcripts, the observations that you made to identify if there are any patterns or themes. And this type of analysis often is used in social sciences and in humanities research. So regardless of any method that you use, it is important to ensure that data analysis should be done in a systematical way, in a transparent manner, and involves clearly defining the research questions, the hypotheses, and then selecting the appropriate analysis methods and ensuring that the results are presented in a clear and understandable manner. So data analysis is a process that needs interpreting, drawing conclusions, and it is important to ensure that it is done systematically and transparently to ensure validity and reliability of your research findings. Lastly, let me conclude my research by saying that research is very important, especially research methods and methodology, because they are very vital components of any scientific investigation. We have seen that they provide a systematic and rigorous methods, approach to the collection, analysis, and interpretation of data, which will help to ensure that we as researchers and the research results are very valid, they are reliable and generalizable by choosing appropriate methods and methodology. As researchers, you can effectively address the research questions and test hypotheses while also considering ethical and practical consideration. It is quite important for you as researchers to consider and justify your choices of research methods and methodology, and remain also open to any alternative approaches that may better suit the research questions or objectives. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be talking to you about research methods and methodology. It is quite a long topic of which we can spend the whole month talking about it. Over to you, our moderator.
So do we have any questions? Okay, so yes, I think there's a question for you, ma'am.
Now let me just check. How do I create a good research? What hypothesis? Yes, when you are choosing a good hypothesis, it also depends on the research question that you have just done. For example, it involves a lot of steps that help you to identify a clear research questions. Normally, when you are doing a clear hypothesis, you need to start with a research question. And like I said, a good research hypothesis starts with a research question that you would like to explore. And then the question should be very specific and focused. Then you review your literature. You conduct a thorough review of the literature. After reviewing the literature, you now identify your variables depending on the research question and the literature review that you've done. And after that, you formulate what we call a prediction. And a good hypothesis is testable. And then I think that's the most important that you need to do when you want to create a good research hypothesis. There are steps that are involved. And it depends on a clear research question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that. There's also a comment from Rohani Mutalib. She has thanked you for the new learning that you have imparted. So
Thank you.
now I would request our Adamas University technical team to display the awarding certificate of appreciation for Dr. Patricia Condi, please. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Dr. Gondi, for being with us, for your time, and for your insightful deliberation. With this, we have come to the close of the first half of today's session. We'll sharply resume at 1 p.m. Indian Standard Time for the post-lunch session. I would again reinstate on the fact that we would sharply resume at 1 p.m. Indian Standard Time for the post-lunch session. So see you all soon. Thank you once again. Welcome to the post-lunch session of International Conference on Research and Skill Development on Emerging Issues and Practical Approaches in Research and Skill Development with School of Education, Adamas University, India, in collaboration with International Organization of Educators and Researchers, Indonesia and Philippines. Now, I would like to invite and introduce you to Dr. Belinda A. Livana, Research and Development Officer, School of Arts, Science and Education, St. Dominic College of Asia, Bacoor City, Cavite, Philippines. Dr. Livana is a full professor and Research and Development Officer of St. Dominic College of Asia in Bacoor City, Cavite, Philippines. Her philosophy in life is to make teaching her passion in order to share her God-given pedagogical skills and knowledge, creating a culture of lifelong learning, as well as promoting knowledge, truth, and justice through research. Her major competencies are in the field of science education and biology. She received her doctorate in science education in Philippine Normal University in Manila. She is also one of the reviewers in LUCAD, an online journal of pedagogy, and STCA Asia Pacific Multidisciplinary Research Journal. She has also presented her research papers at the international research conferences, such as in ASEAN Quality Assurance Network, Laguna State Polytechnic University, Philippine Normal University, World Council for Curriculum and Instruction, and the International Organization of Educators and Researchers. She has also published research papers in different journals such as Biological and Chemical Research, STCA, Asia Pacific Multidisciplinary Research Journal, and IOER, International Multidisciplinary Research Journal, etc. Dr. Levanak was awarded a Research Excellence Award at St. Dominic College of Asia in 2016 and top faculty in 2017 and 2019. In 2022, she was also awarded the Most Outstanding Innovative Leader and Researcher at the first IOER Excellence Awards. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Livana to present her deliberation on theoretical framework versus conceptual framework. Ma'am, please.
Hello, good afternoon, Adamas University and also the IOER. Thank you for inviting me as one of your resource speaker. So I hope I can share my slide now. Still disabled the sharing of the PowerPoint. So may I request moderator to please open the sharing. Host disabled participant screen sharing. I cannot share my slide.
Ma'am, kindly wait for a while.
Okay, thank you. So while waiting for the technical team, my topic is all about conceptual framework and theoretical framework in a research study. So both of these frameworks are really important in the content of our paper because they'll give us direction and they give us ground or hold on what we want to present in our paper. So concept is, of course, very different from the theory if we are talking about framework. So concepts, we can create our own concept, or we can have base a concept from existing principle or existing what do you call this, existing knowledge that has already been created, while a theory is one that is being already studied, or like a grounded theory. Or can I give you a theory, let's say for example, a theory based on an action. So if we're talking about theory and action, I can give example about Dewey's theory of action by doing. Okay, so if the technical team is not yet ready, okay, I can go on with my discussion now.
Madam, now you are able to share your screen, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, is my screen can be seen now? Can you see my screen?
Yes, Doc. Yes.
Okay, sige, thank you. So, I will be talking about conceptual framework versus theoretical framework. Okay, so let me check if I can have it in a full screen. No. Anyway, oh, there. Okay, sige. So, I am Belinda Avdanliwanag of the St. Dominic College of Asia Research Development Officer, and also the editorial board member of IOER Multidisciplinary Research Journal. So before we start, I want to give you the objectives of my discussion. So first is to provide researchers the basic understanding of a theoretical framework and conceptual framework. Second, to equip researchers the sufficient skill on how to construct theoretical framework and conceptual framework in a research paper to identify the difference between theoretical framework and conceptual framework. Okay, so what is the difference between a conceptual framework and a theoretical framework? Okay, so in terms of conceptual framework and theoretical framework, we are commonly used in referring to the overall structure that shapes a research project. A conceptual framework allows you to arrive at findings, results by outlining the variables you consider in your study and how they connect with each other. And then a theoretical framework describes the theories as the foundations of your paper based on previous research. So more of understanding these definitions and the conceptual and theoretical, we will be discussing it in the next slides. Okay, so this is the difference between the two. So if we talk of concept, it is an idea that has been formally developed and organized. Also, a concept explains or makes predictions about the occurrence of events based on specified relationships. And then, moreover, it can base in experience or may be entirely imaginary. For a theory, it is a set of concepts, models, principles, and definitions that make sense of a phenomena by determining relationship among variables. A theory is also established and supported by preliminary data and evidence in a research. Furthermore, it has a strong explanatory power that helps scientists understand and describe the universe and make predictions about future events. Okay, what is the purpose of a conceptual framework? So first, as it serves as a roadmap for your research in assisting you to conceptualize the project before the implementation. So this outlines the important aspect of your investigation and shows possible connections between them. So this will guide you. A concept is a thing that will guide you in your implementation from the first start of your paper until the last part of your paper. And then for quantitative studies, a concept is used to select survey questions or relevant data and to produce an explanation or prediction of a given hypothesis. But for qualitative studies, it is used to propose a working hypothesis as a collection of research questions or to define or investigate groups in descriptive research. Okay, so quantitative is different from qualitative first when it comes to the instrument that we're going to use. Okay, so your concept there is incorporated in the instrument that you're going to create. Okay, now what is the purpose of theoretical framework? Okay, first, it presents and explains the theories supporting the research problem. Thus, it will serve as a foundation for your research by outlining again and incorporating essential theory findings for earlier studies. Okay, so later in my talk, I will give you a sample of a thesis in MA and MS and a dissertation with having 2 or more theories. And then note, master research should have 2 or 3 theoretical frameworks, while PhD must have 3 or more theoretical frameworks. Okay, which warrants, again, original research that provides substantial contribution to a new body of knowledge. Okay, so okay, conceptual versus theoretical framework. Okay. In conceptual framework, it is more about approach that a researcher takes in answering a question. While in theoretical framework, it is developed from existing theory or theories. Second, it is derived from concepts, and while theoretical is derived from theory, of course. And then for conceptual, it is a framework that is composed of several concepts. Further, conceptual framework may include theoretical framework. It by itself, the theory can serve as a theoretical framework. So for conceptual framework, we can identify factors influencing a particular field. For example, exploration of masquerade, mimicry in animals based on phenomena such as protective mimicry or crypsis and aposematism, while a theoretical framework is that one that arises from outcomes beyond single study. It is based on one or more theory, like Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection. So that is a theory in science. For theory in research, I will be giving you some examples later. Okay, so how are we going to construct a theoretical framework? Okay, to construct a theoretical framework, we have to read and review the literature to find common patterns and the primary questions to be addressed. You should make a list of all the variables and concepts you have, and then think about how each variable relates to a theory. Okay, so to move on, let us see how to construct a conceptual framework this time. So a conceptual framework is established before you begin your study. So it means to say you have already concept in your mind. What are you going to do with your study. Even if you have your title, you still need a concept so that you can connect all the ideas that you have in mind regarding your title. And then it may be written in a written or a diagrammatic format representing expected relationship between variables. Or even better, you can integrate or adjust existing frameworks. Okay, so you can adopt other frameworks or existing frameworks, and then you can innovate it or you can improve it. Okay, so I'll be giving you example. First example of conceptual framework. So this is from my study. Okay, this study takes into consideration the framework of the Philippine Standards for Professional Teachers, or the PPST domains, and stage 1 beginning teacher. So the dissertation title is a model of teacher professional identity development for pre-service science teacher. So PPST is a foundation for beginning teacher. So there are 4 stages, but I chose stage 1 because these are pre-service teachers. So beginning teacher is the competency that I chose for the PPST. Okay. And then another conceptual framework. Okay, so regarding the PPST, I just want to give you an idea. It is a policy of the DepEd under Order number 42, series of 2017. So the policy states, among others, that the PPST shall use as a basis for all learning and development programs for teachers. PPST defines teacher quality in the Philippines from pre-service schooling to in-service training with set of standards defined very well what teachers must know, value, and be able to do in order to attain competence, improve learning outcomes, and quality of teaching skills. So with regard to this, PPST has 4 stages, as I have mentioned. So I chose the beginning teacher, but the 3 others are proficient, highly proficient, and distinguished. And each of these 4 stages, it has 7 domains. So the 7 domains are content knowledge, pedagogy, and then second, learning environment. Third, diversity of learners. Fourth, curriculum and planning. Fifth, assessment and reporting. 6, community linkage and professional engagement. 7 is personal growth and professional development, which collectively comprises 37 strands. So that's describe expectation of teachers, increasing levels of content knowledge, skills, and professional engagement. So the concept that I used was very long and tedious. Anyway, I have survived. Okay, so this is the first example of my conceptual framework that I have created or have a diagram on it. So after 5th revision, so I have, I think, 5 revisions or more before I crafted this one. Okay, so first, yes, the pre-service teacher. So this is my conceptual, and then until they become a professional teacher with the qualifying 21st century educator, competent beginning teacher, and good implementation of K-12 curriculum. Okay, so let us now go to my first example of theoretical framework. So this is my theoretical framework. If you notice, I have 7 theories because I have the 7 domains under stage 1 beginning teacher. So since the first domain is all about, if I can go back, all about content knowledge and pedagogy. So my first theory was PCK by Schulman, 1986. This PCK emphasized the importance of teacher professional knowledge and teacher knowledge of the subject matter. For my second domain, I have Learning by Doing by John Dewey, 1938. So Dewey's educational point of view that in order to adapt and learn, both teachers and the students should learn together in an environment that they can interact safely and securely. So an environment that is conducive for learning. And then for the third theory, for my third domain, I have that DPT, or the Diversity Pedagogy Theory by Sheets 2005. It says that teachers should apply the structural aspects that observe learners' cultural behavioral patterns to identify the cultural competencies and skills, relationship among cognition, teaching, culture, and learning. For my fourth theory, I have the situated learning theory by Leib and Wegner, 1990. This argues that learning normally occurs and is embedded within activity, culture, and context. And for my fifth and sixth theory, I have the curriculum theory and practice theory by Kerr, 1968. So the curriculum integrates a wide range of teaching learning plans, like the context of courses, syllabus, and teaching strategies employed, and relevant aspects like norms and values relative to schools' organization. And then for my last theory, for the last domain, I have the social development theory by Vygotsky, 1962. So this poses a social development of learners as well as teachers become involved in a community of practice, which embodies certain beliefs and behaviors to be acquired. Okay, so those are the 7 theories that I have for my theoretical framework. Then I give you a second example of conceptual framework. The title of the paper is Tourist Emotional Changes and Electronic World of Mouth, or EWOM, Behavior and Social Media and Integrated Tourism Websites. So this is the diagrammatic diagram of their concept. Okay, these are written by Zhu, Yan, and Shen, 2020. Okay. And their conceptual this is a concept, their conceptual theory, I should say. Now, sorry for that. Okay, that should be a theory. So their first theory, they have 2 theories because this is I think masteral already, because they are already teachers or graduate paper presentation in a journal. So they have 2 theory, the dramaturgical theory by Goffman, 1959, which states that the theory compares human behaviors in society with different performances of actors on the stage, where tourists behave like actors on the stage. In different emotional states, tourists have different EWOM motivations so that they express themselves in various ways. Their second theory is about task technology fit theory by Goodhue and Thompson, 1995. The task technology fit theory explains users' adoptions of technology via the degree to which a specific technology matches with a specific task. So the tourist EWOM motivations in different platforms are related to the perception on cognition of platform and the fitness to win the platform features, stage settings, and tourist EWOM motivations in backstage presentations. Okay, so those are the theory of the second example. In my summary, okay, therefore, it is essential to establish this framework early in your research to organize your thinking and help you connect between diverse ideas or concepts and theories. Another is a framework, both conceptual or theoretical, can give research findings more significance and provide the investigation a strong foundation. These are my references. Thank you very much for listening. And thank you, Adamas University and IOER, for inviting me.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful deliberation on theoretical research versus theoretical framework versus conceptual framework. Do we have any questions for Dr. Livana? I don't think so. Okay, so there are no. Okay, there's a question for you, ma'am.
Yes, po.
Do we need both conceptual and theoretical framework per study? For instance, in a qualitative research?
Yes, yes. It's always, although you choose not to, for example, you only have conceptual, but that would not give your paper a solid ground on what you're trying to present to your readers. Remember, we are the author, and if we are writing our paper, it is always good that we have both the conceptual and theoretical framework so that your reader will be what do you call this, convinced that your paper is one that will be used for the benefit of the community. Okay, we always the end of a paper will always be looking at the benefit of the community or the school, no? Okay. Any more question? Did I answer the question?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request the Adamas University technical team to assist us with the display of the awarding certificate of appreciation for Dr. Belinda Abdon Livanath. Thank you. Now, it is time for the most awaited paper presentation, for which we have been waiting for the entire day long. I would like to introduce you firstly with our session chairs. The first session will be led by Dr. Prototi Chakraborty, Assistant Professor, School of Education, Adamas University, India. The second session is to be chaired by Dr. Muhammad Nawaz Sharif, Assistant Professor, School of Education, Adamas University, India. The third session is to be chaired by Mr. Amol Shankar Mukherjee, Assistant Professor, School of Education, Adamas University, India. And the fourth session is to be chaired by Mr. Debobroto Sarkar, Assistant Professor, School of Education, Adamas University, India. The paper presenters are cordially requested to enter in your respective breakout room as per the schedule that has been given to you. Kindly ensure that you enter to your designated breakout room under a respective session chair. And as for the other participants, you are requested to enter any of the breakout room as per your choice or preference, but please do not stay in the main room. It is an ardent request to everybody, to every presenter, to kindly enter into the breakout room under respective session chair as per the schedule that has been handed over to you. And for the other participants, you're requested to enter in any of the breakout room as per your choice or preference, but please do not stay in the main room. Thank you.
So those who are for the room 1, please stay in the main room. And apart from the room 1 participant, those who are for room 2, 3, and 4, please join as per your respective rooms. Thank you.
Room 1 is the main room whereas room 2, 3, 4, and 5 are the respective breakout rooms. So I would request you to kindly be watchful and enter into the breakout room that has been scheduled for you. This is for the presenters. Kindly enter into the breakout room as per the schedule that has been given to you. Room 1 is the main room, whereas room 2, 3, 4, and 5 are the respective breakout rooms. And for the other participants, you may enter any of the breakout room as per your choice or preference. So do accordingly. Thank you. And none of the participants are requested to stay in the main room. You're requested to enter any of the breakout room as per your choice and preference. Please do not stay here in the main room.
Am I audible? This is main room only. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So thank you so much, Grocery, for your kind introduction. I'm Dr. Drupati Chakraborty, Assistant Professor, School of Education, Adamas University, India. It's my pleasure to heartily welcome you all in this forum on this topic, emerging issues and practical approaches in research and skill development. We wish each and every paper presenter best wishes and huge success. So first, I would like to invite Joe D. Verzosa from Dona Teodora Alonso High School, Manila, Philippines. Title of the paper is The Impingement of Blended Learning on the Language Proficiency of Filipino Chinese Learners. Please.
I'm really sorry for the miscommunication. Room 1 or the main room or room 1 is for the presenters who will be allotted room 1. The main room is for the presenters who have been allotted room 1. And then there are 3 other breakout rooms, that is room 2, 3, and 4. I hope now it is clear with everyone who's here. The main room is room 1. That is the presenters who have been allotted room 1. And there are 3 other breakout rooms, that is room 2, 3, and 4.
Hello, dear Abdullah Rikafort.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Hello, dear. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yeah, is it my turn? Am I allowed to present even if it's not yet my turn?
Yeah, sure. You can.
Okay, so I can finish. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, dear, you can.
Okay. I will now share my screen. I think there's because I can hear other people talking. Can I please enable the screen sharing so I can share my slide?
Please share.
Yeah.
Are you unbrained yet?
It's still disabled on my side.
Okay, okay.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Dear Abela Ricafort, I'm requesting you for sharing your screen, dear.
Is it visible already, my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, I can start anytime. I can start, right? Because I'm not sure if there's a signal before I start, or I can start anytime.
Yes, dear, please start.
Okay. Good day, everyone. I am Abelia C. Ricafort. Together with my co-author, Pamela Vicelo, we are from the University of Batangas in the Philippines. I am a registered nurse by profession, currently working as an assistant professor at the College of Nursing and Midwifery. So this is the facade of our university. It offers basic and higher education, the oldest university in Batangas. I am here to present to you our research paper entitled Attainment of the Nursing Program Outcomes from the Perspective of Students and Instructors, a preliminary assessment, academic year 2021 to 2022. Again, good day. Begin with an end in mind. This quote from Stephen Covey is very relevant to our topic, outcome-based education, which inspired me to craft my very first research after college. Outcome-based education, or OBE, is a system of education giving priority to ends, purpose, accomplishments, and results. This has been in the forefront of global education since its introduction in the early 1990s. OBE shifts traditional mode of learning into a student-centered learning approach where goals and outcomes are initially clearly stated, then measured to help in recognizing the student's achievement of the desired knowledge, intended skills, and required competencies. William Spady in 1994 reiterates that there's no single specified style of teaching or assessment in OBE. Instead, classes, opportunities, and assessments should all help students achieve the specified outcomes. OBE implementation was embraced by the Commission on Higher Education through CMO 37, series of 2012. From that point on, educational institutions have been required to adapt its practices and curricular offerings. It was in 2015 that University of Batangas started adhering to the concept of OBE. It focuses on what a student should be able to do in the real world upon completion of their course or program, thereby ensuring that all these outcomes are aligned with each other to successfully implement a program. Part of OBE is the adoption of program outcomes, course outcomes, program educational objectives, and the like. Program outcomes are measurable and attainable student-centered outcomes that focus on knowledge and skills that graduates of the program should demonstrate. These aim to recognize how well students have learned what is intended to be learned. A preliminary assessment of the attainment of the nursing program outcomes was initiated to determine the perspective of students and instructors on this basis. Specifically, our study aims to achieve 4 objectives. First, to determine the level of attainment of the nursing program outcomes. Second, to ascertain if the perceived level of attainment of the nursing program outcomes differs between students and instructors. Third, to identify issues, concerns, and challenges encountered by the students and teachers in attaining the nursing program outcomes. And lastly, to suggest curricular innovations to enhance the current OBE implementation of the nursing program. Our OBE framework utilized the level of attainment of the nursing program outcomes as input. Then the process includes assessment of the level of attainment and analysis on the issues and concerns encountered by students and instructors of the program outcomes, with the proposed curricular innovations to enhance OBE implementation as the output. Relational patterns in the attainment of the nursing programs are then identified. We utilized non-experimental, quantitative, qualitative comparative design. Purposive sampling was done for 36 level 4 nursing students, and 11 clinical instructors, including the dean and department head, were included as respondents. Questionnaire and focus group discussion were utilized as research instruments. We used quantitative mean, standard deviation, independent sample t-test in the statistical treatment of data. Qualitative method using thematic analysis was also used in the focus group discussion, where data are classified into patterns in order to arrange and conclude results. Our study made use of 2-part online questionnaires to gather data from 2 sets of respondents. First part consisted of items that ask for the personal profile of the respondents in terms of age, gender, place of residence. And second part was the level of attainment of nursing program outcomes, which was rated using 4-point Likert scale, 1 to a less extent, 2 to some extent, 3 to a moderate extent, and 4 to a great extent. And these are the findings derived from the study. Table 1 shows the profile of the respondents in terms of sex and age. They were classified accordingly as students and clinical instructors. Generally, of the 47 respondents, 36 were students and 11 were clinical instructors. In both groups of respondents, female dominated the male population. On the other hand, out of 36 students, majority or 98% are 21 to 30 years old. With regard to clinical instructors, 55% belong for the 41 to 50-year-old group and 18% from 21 to 30-year-old group respectively. These age groups, according to Eric Erickson, are in the early and adulthood stage where they form stable relationships and generate income for security, thereby already able to discern and make decisions. Table 2, on the other hand, shows the results of the program outcome attainment as perceived by BSN for students and clinical instructors. Generally, as seen in the table, the 14 program outcomes of CNM are achieved to a great extent, as evident with a mean of 3.81. The table also shows that the entire 14 POs, the perception of the clinical instructors and students with regard to PO attainment has no significant difference. This demonstrates that both groups of respondents share the same perception on the attainment of these program outcomes set by the department. Discussing the results in details, PO4 and PO10 got the highest mean of 4.00 as perceived by the students. The same result with the highest mean of 3.92 to PO10 was perceived by clinical instructors. On the other hand, it is PO14 which got the lowest rate of 3.69 and 3.42, respectively from the view of students and clinical instructors. It is interpreted as moderate in the perception of the students and to a great extent to the clinical instructors. Another interesting finding in the study is next to PO14 is the PO8, which also got a lower rate of 3.76 mean in both groups of respondents, though still fall under great extent. To help you give a clear understanding of what our POs are, I have here in the slide the 14 POs of the College of Nursing and Midwifery at the University of Batangas. The ones that generated significant findings are: the highest is PO4, practice nursing in accordance with the existing laws, legal, ethical, and moral principles. PO10, engage in lifelong learning with passion to keep current with developments in general, nursing, and health developments. PO8, practice beginning management and leadership using system approach in the delivery of client care. And PO410, which says apply entrepreneurial skills in the delivery of nursing care. Therefore, having seen these findings, the significant matters were included in the focus group discussion, where issues and challenges in attaining the program outcomes were discussed, as well as the varied innovations to further strengthen the salient program outcomes. It was held in April 4, 2022, where matters discussed are the challenges encountered by clinical instructors, which hinder attainment of the program outcomes, like low internet connectivity and power interruption. On the part of the students are time constraint issues and required outputs that not are aligned with the course objective. The curricular innovations suggested to enhance current setup of OBE implementation are regular review of the alignment of the MAP program outcomes, continuous monitoring of student outputs using performance evaluation tool, re-emphasis on nursing entrepreneurship, leadership and management, reinforcement of varied methods of teaching, like implementation of project-based learning and clinical management concepts, wherein students will develop deeper learning competencies and problem-solving skills. Strengthening of advisory council involvement, where the current setup of UBCNM Academic Council can assist the department in the development of students with the needed competencies and attributes. More meetings and forums may be held every semester on a regular basis for the development, review, and monitoring process of instruction, research, and community extension for continuous development. And last, integration of webinars or seminars about the opportunities for nurses in the world of business, where they can utilize their skills to provide healthcare services independently. And since the entire POs are attained at a great extent, and the perception and the attainment among students and clinical instructors has no significant difference, the suggested curricular innovations are just more of enhancement of the current setup of OB implementation at the University of Batangas. As for utilization, since most recommendations from the students are already existing, we just do minor enhancement and reinforcement based on the findings of the research. I have here a sample copy of our European Academic Response Monitoring Sheet, which we were utilizing during the online mode of learning to address the challenges encountered by the students, because these difficulties, according to them, hinder the delivery and reception of learning, thereby consequently affecting attainment of the program outcomes. We also do semestral review of our syllabus and map program outcomes, specifically the PO8 and PO14, to ensure that the assessment methods done are aligned with the performance indicators given per program outcome. Recommendations from the team on curricular enhancement are considered to continue to adapt to the current OB implementation of the nursing program. And from the research findings, the following conclusions were drawn. First, the program outcomes of the College of Nursing and Midwifery are achieved to a great extent by both the clinical instructors and the students, with the overall mean of 3.81. PO8 and PO14 have the least significant value, where these outcomes focus more on enhancing entrepreneurial skills, nursing leadership, and management. Second, there's no significant difference between the perception of nurses and clinical instructors when it comes to attainment of program outcomes. In the entire 14 POs, the perception of the clinical instructors and students with regard to PO attainment is the same. Third, issues, concerns, and challenges encountered by the students and teachers in attaining the nursing program outcomes are more of technological reasons and time constraints, particularly brought by the challenges of pandemic. Fourth, since the POs are attained at a great extent, and the perception and the attainment among students and clinical instructors has no significant difference, the suggested curricular innovations are just more of enhancement of the current setup of OBE implementation at the University of Batangas. And based on the results and conclusions derived from the study, the researchers recommend the following. First, possible enhancement in PO14 may include integration of webinars or seminars about the wide opportunities for nurses in entrepreneurship, where they can utilize those skills while providing quality healthcare services. This can be incorporated particularly in NCM 119, which is anchored on nursing leadership and management, and other courses too as part of the current OBE setup. May do semestral review of MAP program outcomes, diligent monitoring of students' outputs to ensure that the intended assessments are employed using corresponding evaluation tools, integration of project-based activities that will develop critical thinking skills using digital technology, and enhancing the current academic industry advisory council to assist students with needed competency and attributes. The proponents also suggested that a comparative study may be made next academic year also to the level 4 BSN students at that period to track the actual level of attainment of the program outcomes. And these are our references. That wraps up our research presentation. Again, to end, it is always purposeful to begin with an end in mind. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jair. Nice presentation. So the forum is open for everyone if you have any questions. If anyone has any question, the forum is open for everyone.
Hey, survey all of it.
Okay, I think there is no question. Thank you, Aveda.
Thank you also.
Okay, then Alma. Alma E. Arrays, are you ready with your presentation? Is there anyone?
Hello, good afternoon. May I present now? Oh, okay.
Yes, okay. Are you Alma A. Arrays?
Yes, ma'am. You can see my screen, ma'am.
Okay, dear. So you are East, West, Mindanao colleges, including Kamasi, Ampatuan, Mangunian and Philippines, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the title of the paper is Multilingual Scale of the Alternative Learning System, Teachers and Learners Academic Enhancement Amidst Modular Distance Learning. Okay.
Ma'am, good afternoon to each and everyone. I am Alma Ares, teacher 1 from Philippines, and I'm a graduating student from East-West Mindanao Colleges Incorporated, Kamasi Ampatuan, Maguindanao. This afternoon, I'm proud to present to you my study titled Multilingual Skills of the Alternative Learning System Enhancement Amidst Modular Distance Learning. Okay, everyone, you can see my screen. Yes.
I can only see the
Yes,
folder.
dear, please share.
The
We can
folder.
see only the folder. Yeah.
How about double click the
Double click. Ay, wait lang, sir. Ay, wait lang, sir. Wait. Ito, slideshow. Okay.
Double click the folder, it will be opening.
Wait, sir. Ay, wala.
Hello, Ma'am Alma. Kindly stop your screen sharing, and then you will click the PowerPoint presentation before you share it.
You are unable to share your screen.
Ma'am, please, we proceed to the next presenter, ma'am.
So, are you facing any technical glitch from your side here? Cannot you share your screen, dear?
Good afternoon. May I present?
Good afternoon. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Your name,
Am I
please.
audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Your name, please.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon. I'm Jemery Cabardo.
Okay.
Okay. Again,
From
good day
Habula
to one.
National High School?
Yeah.
Okay. Proceed.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jemery Cabardo from Hagonoy National High School. Together with me are actually my co-researchers for this study, Mr. Antonio L. Pelariana Jr. and Mrs. Mayra B. Pelariana. This is actually the facade of our school, which is actually shot by a drone. This is actually Hagonoy National High School located at Gihing Hagonoy, Davao del Sur, Philippines. For this afternoon, I will be presenting the title, Utilizing Digital Platforms for Teachers' Professional Development Activities in the New Normal, the Plights of Sexagenarians. This research is actually funded by the Department of Education under the Basic Education, the 2002 Basic Education Research Fund. According to the DEAP and DepEd in 2020, because of the COVID-19, there is a sudden shift to distance learning. Then Toquero said that because of this COVID-19, there is a need to utilize digital learning platforms. And the Department of Education ensured that while we are trying to utilize distance learning platforms for our teachers, we also need to provide the best learning experiences to our students. These three lead new challenges to sexagenarian teachers. The objectives of this study are as follows. First, what are the plights of sexagenarians in utilizing digital platforms for professional development activities? Second, how do sexagenarians overcome their plights in utilizing digital platforms for professional development? And lastly, what are the insights and realizations gained from the plights of sexagenarians in their professional development activities? For the theoretical underpinnings, this research is primarily anchored to transactional distance theory of Moore in 1983. The theory described two elements in distance learning, autonomy and transactional distance. With these, the transactional distance occurred between the learners and trainers through online learning platforms that allow them to learn independently, relying solely on one's efficacy despite the geographical location between them. Then another theory, the generational theory of Mannheim in 1952. This theory provides that different generational events provide strong influence on the generation to which an individual belongs, including how they see themselves and what they value most. And they generally share almost the same social, political, and intellectual experiences. For our methodology, first, we use, for the research design, we use qualitative multiple case study research. Then, for our research participants, there are 5 sexagenarian teachers, at least 60 years old, having the intention to teach until June 2022. Then the data collection, we utilize in-depth interview using validated interview guide protocol with participants' observation. Then the data analysis, we utilize thematic analysis using Criswell and Creswell in 2018. And finally, for our ethical issues, we observe research protocol following all the protocols, especially in asking approvals from the different authorities, asking informed consent, the principles of non-maleficence, beneficence, and of course, ensuring anonymity and confidentiality in collecting data and information. For our results and discussion, with regards to the plights of sexagenarian teachers in utilizing digital platforms for professional development, after we conduct the thematic analysis of the validated transcribed interviews, we actually have developed or generated 3 important major themes. First, the physical limitations. Majority of the sexagenarians believed and responded that they have limited exposures when it comes to the use of digital platforms, specifically slow hand movements and limited eye exposure. Then for psychological limitations, the lack of purpose for learning and the fear of damaging the gadgets, because they believe, they share that utilizing digital platforms, especially in learning those technology in which they are going to retire soon, they believe that there will be no any more return of investment. That is why they have this lack of purpose for learning. And of course, technological skill limitations, in which most of the sexagenarian teachers lack technical skills in using technology. They have trouble in mastering the online platforms, especially in navigating. And of course, they have difficulty in manipulating the gadgets. In terms of the mechanisms and overcoming the plights of the sexagenarians in utilizing digital platforms for professional development, there are 3 emerging themes. First, support from colleagues. Majority of the sexagenarians believe that the assistance given by other teachers, especially those younger teachers, help them traverse the difficulties in utilizing digital platforms. Aside from that, they also responded that building online learning community enabled them to overcome the difficulty in this digital platform. Aside from that, when it comes to the emotional and psychosocial support, the sexagenarian teachers believe that even though they are already retiring, they also believe that as teachers, they need to set goals and foster engagement, as well as create a supportive learning atmosphere, although they will retire soon. And lastly, the continuing professional development, in which it focused on the following: regular use of online platforms, giving of tutorials and conduct of mentoring, which is actually conducted by our ICT coordinators as well as by other younger teachers. And of course, the conduct of digital literacy trainings, which is not only focusing on the digital platforms, but also on the manipulation of different gadgets and equipment. Then on the last question with regards to the insights and realization from the study, there are three important insights. First, most sexagenarians belong to digital immigrants, meaning to say that most of these teachers who are actually the participants of the study are having difficulties in utilizing digital platforms because they are considered digital immigrants compared to our younger teachers who are actually digital natives. Another important insight is this: generational gaps play a crucial role in digital literacy. If you compare teachers who are actually product of the baby boomer generation and those of the generation Z or the Gen Z generation, then you can actually tell that those in the generation Z are actually digital natives and tech savvy, unlike those in the baby boomers or in the later in the previous generations, in which they are not actually that active in terms of utilizing digital platforms or even using gadgets. And finally, experiences of sexagenarians are significant in teacher development planning. This is actually very important for us because as we develop the learning and development plan for our teachers, we actually fail to include sexagenarian teachers. That is why with this study, we were able to have an insight and even in a realization in our part that, hey, we should not forget our teachers who are actually sexagenarians because they're also part of our teaching force. That is why this is actually very important in planning the trainings and seminars for our teachers. For the implications of the study, for the teaching practice, exploring the plights of sexagenarians provide important implications in teaching practice, especially in the effective delivery of instruction to students. Understanding the plights would also help understand the plights of the students during the delivery of instruction, and the mechanisms to overcome these plights may also be useful in overcoming the plights that students encountered. Thus, this study may help improve teaching practices. For the policy improvement, exploring the plights of sexagenarians is consistent with DepEd's policy on the need for continuous improvement and in the conduct of needs analysis for teachers to warrant responsive professional development activities. The plights of sexagenarians may be used as inputs in crafting school improvement plan, especially the teacher's development plan, to ensure that in spite of the retiring age, schools have policies to assist teachers who opted to continue teaching. The future directions of this study. Officials of the Department of Education may revisit and review the current protocols or policies regarding the provision of professional development activities to teachers, particularly to sexagenarians and digital immigrants. Then school heads may conduct face-to-face training and seminars to these teachers to assess them in their quest for becoming better users of online platforms for professional development. Then, teachers may continually assess their level of digital literacy and utilize online tutorials and assistance from colleagues to enhance their technological skills, especially with the use of online platforms. Sexagenarians may utilize the mentor-mentee approach to assist them in their quest for teaching. And lastly, similar studies may be conducted for future researchers with a wider scope and greater number of respondents to clarify any possible gray areas that the current study may have. These are actually my references, and I would like to thank the Department of Education Regional Office 11 Philippines for the approval of the grant under the 2022 Basic Education Research Fund through our Regional Research Committee headed by our Regional Director, Alan G. Parnaso, and Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Maria Ines C. Asuncion, and our PPRD Chief, Dr. Marilyn Madraso, and the rest of the Regional Office 11 PPRD personnel, as well as the Schools Division Research Committee of the Division of Davao del Sur. Thank you very much for listening. Once again, this is Mr. Jemery Cabardo of Haguning National High School. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very nice presentation. So, I would like to invite Joe D. Verzosa. Are you there? Alma A. Aries. I think you were facing some technical glitch. Are you ready right now? Alma A. Aries, are you ready?
Not yet, ma'am. Please proceed to the next, please.
Okay. Major Dani.
Thank you.
Christy, ako muna maghinawa si BC.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Ako na magamit. Mainit na lagyan ko na. O ba, ako na lang magamit.
Good afternoon,
Very good
everyone.
afternoon.
Kita ang screen ko, ma'am.
Baka kailangan ka na.
Yes, dear.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Major F. Dani, a teacher 1 from South Cotabato Division, Philippines. And I am proud to present to you my study titled The Implementation of School-Based Feeding Program and Academic Performance of Tivoli Learners. Next. So the background of the study, hunger and malnutrition are just one of the alarming problems in most of the developing countries that tremendously affect the delivery of quality education they serve. It is undeniable that attaining quality education in the middle of this pandemic is quite possible considering the food security issues. So the objectives of the study investigates and transcribe the struggles of Tiboli learners in attaining quality education through feeding program. Specifically, this study aimed to answer the following. Number one, to what extent to what extent is the implementation of the school-based feeding program at DepEd Tiboli District 1 Division of South Cotabato in terms of parents' involvement, stakeholder support, and the learners' acceptability? The second one is what is the level of academic performance of the selected Tiboli learners after the implementation of the school-based feeding program? Next, the conceptual framework. This study aims to determine the relationship between the independent and the dependent variable that will use as basis of DepEd to devising and enhancing the implementation of SBFP in the country. In relation to the academic performance of the learners, for the independent variable, it consists of the extent is the implementation of the SBFP at DepEd Tiboli District 1 Division of South Cotabato in terms of parent involvement, stakeholder support, and learners' acceptability. While dependent variable includes the level of academic performance of selected Tiboli learners after the implementation of the school-based feeding program through their general point average. The methodology of this study, the research design, the study employed a pure quantitative design, specifically a descriptive correlational method to analyze the significant relationship between the extent of the implementation of the school-based feeding program and the level of academic performance of selected Tiboli learners. The descriptive correlation research design examines the relationships between two or more variables without the researcher controlling or manipulating any of them. It is a type of non-experimental quantitative research. In a correlation project, measure variables without manipulating them, NOAA 2021. So the respondents of the study, the selected school-based feeding coordinators and selected Tiboli learners at DepEd Tiboli District 1, Tiboli, South Cotabato for the school year 2022-2023. Next, the sampling technique. This study used total enumeration sampling technique for the selection of the school-based feeding program, the coordinators, while simple random sampling technique will be used for the selection of the Tiboli learners at DepEd Tiboli District 1, Tiboli, South Cotabato for school year 2022-2023. So the research instrument utilized an adapted survey question of implementation of school-based feeding programs and support and learners' acceptability. On the other hand, the DepEd classroom assessment tool adapted from DepEd DO31 series of 2020 was used to determine the level of learners' academic performance after the implementation of the school-based feeding program. The data gathering procedure, the research used an effective procedure to ensure credible and valid findings and conversations. To begin, a letter of permission was requested from the appropriate DepEd Schools Division Superintendent and graduate school dean, officials, the school principal, and those who responded will also get a letter of authorization. The second step is to select reliable respondents. A complete enumeration sampling method was used to select the school feeding coordinators. And a simple random sampling method was utilized to select the Tiboli students. The third step was to send out questionnaires to all of the DepEd District 1 SBFP coordinators in Tiboli, South Cotabato, and then get student records from the registrar's office in order to determine the general point average of the randomly chosen Tiboli pupils. The last step is to gather complete forms for tabulation and analysis. So for the statistical treatment, data was organized, tabulated, analyzed, and interpreted concurrently with the end of the research. Mean was be used to calculate and assess the extent of the implementation of the school-based feeding program and the level of academic performance of selected Tiboli learners as measured by their general point average, grade point average. Moreover, person hour correlation was used to calculate and examine the significant relationship between the extent of the implementation of the school-based feeding program and the level of academic performance of selected Tiboli learners. So there is the summary of results on the extent of the implementation of school-based feeding program. There is a domain, the mean, and the interpretation. So under the domain is the parents' involvement, 4.70 is the mean and the interpretation. So in this table shows the summary results on the extent of the implementation of school-based feeding program in DepEd Tiboli District 1. Based on the table, parents' involvement got the mean of 4.70, stakeholder supports is 4.27, and learners' acceptability is 4.68, which all interpreted as well exceeds objectives. Generally, the summary results on the extent of the implementation of school-based feeding program is 4.55, with the interpretation of well exceeds objectives. Next. So this table shows the level of academic performance of the selected Tiboli learners after the implementation of the school-based feeding program. As shown above, the average academic performance of the selected learners and their general point average is 98.890, with the remarks of passed and has been interpreted as very satisfactory using the assessment tool of the Department of Education. Next. So the table shows the relationship between the extent is the implementation of school-based feeding program and the level of academic performance of the selected Tiboli learners. As shown above, all the p-values 0.13, 0.12, and 0.15 are less than 0.05, level of significance, which statistically implies that there is a significant relationship between the independent variable and the dependent variable. Hence, in this study, the result shows that there is a relationship between the extent is the implementation of the school-based feeding program and the level of academic performance of the selected Tiboli learners and DepEd Tiboli District 1. So the impact and the outcome of this study above shows the relationship between the extent is the implementation of the school-based feeding program and the level of academic performance of the selected Tiboli learners. So the conclusion of this study, in the light of the findings of the study, the following feeding program schools in DepEd Tiboli District 1 is highly observed, in which the involvement of the parents, stakeholders, and students is observed. It has been also drawn that Tiboli learners has a very satisfactory achievements which can be attributed to the consistent implementation of school-based feeding program in Tiboli District 1. Finally, it has been concluded that the conduct of the schooling program has significant impacts on the level of academic performance of the selected Tiboli learners. So the recommendation of the study in the light of the findings and conclusion of the research study, the following are recommended. 1, the Department of Education may strengthen the implementation of the school-based feeding program by involving stakeholders, parents, and the community. Second, creating strong linkages and partnerships may also be initiated by the schools and district to sustain the implementation of the school-based feeding program. The third one, the parents are also encouraged to support and sustain the implementation of the school-based feeding program by planting vegetables at home and by guiding their children to eat nutritious foods. And the last one, other researchers in the future may venture on studies focusing on the implementation of the feeding program. But this time, the study will be emphasizing the support of the community and how this will affect implementation of school-based feeding program. Next, last is the recommendation, the references, sorry. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, dear, for your nice presentation. It was very helpful. Okay, so next, I would like to call Alma A. Aries. Okay. Alma Aries from Philippines. Okay, please proceed. It's not opening by double clicking in your folder. Okay, so you keep trying, and then if anyone is next. Zodi Verzosa. Arian S. Alvarez. Okay. Yeah. I saw you. If you are there, you can share your screen. Yeah. Arian Alvarez. Yes, dear, we can see your screen. You can start. Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon to everyone. I am very happy to share with you my research. I hope you are having a great day today as we are learning more from one another. Am I audible already? Yes, okay. So, and so please bear with me. Okay, here you go. Here's my presentation. Is it also visible with you right now? Hello? Can you hear me po?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so
You
much.
are audible. Your screen is visible, dear. Please carry on.
All right. So I am from the Adventist University of the Philippines, Department of Psychology, Graduate School. So here is our school. It is located in Silang, Cavite, Philippines. We have a very big campus, which is with different colleges, College of Medicine, engineering courses, and business courses. So if you would like to check in our website, just check aup.edu.ph, the Adventist University of the Philippines. So here's my title, The Effects of Forgiveness Therapy on Emotional Intelligence and Subjective Distress Among Women Who Experience Abuse. Yours truly, the researcher, and Arian Alvarez, and also my advisor, Dr. Cheryl Ann Castillo. And here's our contact email address. So from the United Nations data, among the study of women who have been abused, it is stated that there are 1 in 3 women in Asia who have been subjected to either physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. Imagine that is a third of every woman in Asia. Also, according to the United Nations study, most violence against women is intimate partner violence. 33% of them in Asia will experience physical or sexual violence from a partner at least once in their lifetime. And according to the Asian Pacific Institute on Gender-Based Violence 2020 report, 16 to 55% of Asian women reported experiencing physical and sexual violence from their intimate partner. According to the same study of Asian Pacific Institute on Gender-Based Violence, this is the data across different countries here in Asia. Partner abuse prevalence rates by ethnicity, whereas Vietnamese experience more partner abuse. Next is the Philippines. Here in the Philippines, there is 7 out of 10 women who are experiencing violence or abuse in their domestic houses. Also, the third one in line is India. The fourth is Korea. The sixth, the fifth is Japan, and the sixth is Chinese. So according to a to this research, mostly Chinese people said that they need to move out when their husband hits them, and also from Cambodia, they have that courage to move out from their husband when their husband becomes very abusive. And to those who have among Asia who would like their husband to be arrested when they have experienced violence, mostly from Korea and Cambodia, has stated that they are willing to pass a case against their husbands. So there are different coping and responses from different women across Asia. And the theoretical framework that I have used here in this study is Enright's model of forgiveness. According to Enright, forgiveness occurs when individuals who have been unjustly hurt are able to overcome their resentments and offer compassion to the wrongdoer. Experiencing abuse is not easy. It affects the various aspects of your life and even brought you to different mental illnesses. His approach focuses on changing feelings, thoughts, and behaviors towards those who have been hurtful to them. And Wright asserts that forgiveness is essential and that it is the foregoing of resentment or revenge when the wrongdoer's action deserve it, and instead of giving the offender gifts of mercy, generosity, and love or beneficence when the wrongdoer does not deserve them. So that is forgiveness. It's overwhelming the offender with kindness, mercy, and love. As it also frees one person who have experienced being hurt. In other words, when people forgive, they essentially give up the anger to which they are entitled and give to their offender a gift to which they are not entitled. Depending on the seriousness of the offense and the length of time, according to Enright, there is different stages or different capacity on the forgiveness part of the individual. So there are 4 phases in this model. The first one is uncovering phase, decision phase, working phase, and deepening phase. So next, yes, okay, let's go now to the objectives of this study. This study will explore the meaningfulness of forgiveness therapy in improving emotional intelligence. So we will check if it can improve the EQ of the women who experience abuse and also lessen the impact of their subjective distress. Also, we will check if the results vary depending on the religion, civil status, length of abuse, type of abuse, and program setup, because there are 2 setups which are online and on-site intervention. So for the methodology, this study used a 1-group pre-test post-test research design. 37 abused women were given a pre-test and post-test of 2 instruments, namely the 21 item, which is the quick emotional intelligence self-assessment, and also another instrument, which is the impact of events scale revised, that has 22 items. Then in between, receive a 5 session of forgiveness therapy, according also to Everett Worthington, which is the REACH model. The REACH model stands for recall the hurt, empathize with others, altruistic gift, commit to forgive, and holding on to forgiveness. So the criteria for the participants, they need to be 18 years old and above, have experienced any type of abuse, whether it is a physical violence, emotional, sexual, psychological, and also financial trauma. They have not experienced or undergone a therapy from a psychologist and not also taking any medication prescribed by a psychiatrist. Also willing to participate and volunteer to the intervention program. So each respondent was given an informed consent, and they agreed to participate also in the pre-test until the intervention and also the giving of the post-test surveys. Also, we have asked their consent. If those who are online, we can record videos and record audios. So they also gave their consent, and an informed consent was also secured. Confidentiality and privacy are highly observed here. So a total of 37 participants. There are 14 of them who have experienced psychological abuse. 8 were sexually abused, 6 were financially abused, 4 were physically abused. 18 of them are single, 13 women who are married, 3 are not married, and 3 are separated. There are 24 who have experienced abuse for more than 1 to 3 years already. 3 women who experienced 4 to 6 years, 3 women as well for 7 to 9 years, 5 women 10 to 12 years, and 2 women for a very long time, 13 to 15 years already. So Roman Catholic has the most number of participants. 7 are born again, 3 are SDA, Seventh-day Adventists, 1 Church of Jesus, 1 Iglesia ni Cristo, and 1 UCCP. So these are all Christian. There are 18 on-site participants and 19 online participants. So the results of the study reveal that there is an overall emotional intelligence which is low, mean 1.48. The lowest is the relationship management, which is 1.41. Next is emotional management. Third is social emotional awareness, and the highest but also in a low interpretation is emotional awareness. Next is for the subjective distress, the highest factor is avoidance, which means they don't want to talk about it, they don't want to remember the situation, and yeah, that is what distresses them. The next is intrusion. It means that memories of it, pictures of it pops into their minds, and that is what really bothers them and disturbs them. Hyperarousal is in moderate level. So for if there is a change in the post-test, the post-test result after giving to them the 5 session of REACH model session, which is recalling the hurt, empathizing with the offender, altruistic giving it to the offender and giving it to oneself, the forgiveness, committing to forgiveness and holding on to a life of forgiveness. After that group intervention session with them, with abused women, a Wilcoxon signed rank test showed that there is a statistically significant increase in the overall emotional intelligence to those participants who have accepted the treatment. The results indicate that there is a higher score from low emotional intelligence to a higher score. The highest is the social emotional awareness and emotional management, which is the most significant out of the emotional intelligence factors. For the subjective distress, from a high level of subjective distress, it became moderate. So a Wilcoxon signed rank test also showed that there is statistically significant decrease in the overall subjective distress. Based on the average scores, the participants obtained lower scores significantly in hyperarousal, intrusion, and the last is avoidance. So for the discussion, forgiveness therapy intervention program has been a very great tool in helping women who experience abuse improve their personal emotional awareness, manage their own emotional distresses, and also become aware of others, and also learn to trust again, learn to communicate and socialize again with people, because this intervention is in a group setup. Forgiveness therapy lessens the impact of intrusive thoughts, nightmares, intrusive feelings and imagery, and the dissociative like experiencing or avoidance, such as numbing, and numbing of responsiveness, avoidance of feelings, situations, and ideas. And the last one is anger, irritability, hypervigilance, difficulty concentrating, and heightened startles. So the hyperarousal, which is moderate, became low after the forgiveness therapy. So here, also, it has been viewed that that the level of overall emotional intelligence and subjective distress was not statistically different between those who have experienced emotional abuse or any types of abuse. Also, the forgiveness therapy intervention impact on the different types of abuse and also the length of abuse is not also significantly different. So it means that both for the any type of abuse, forgiveness therapy impacts well, and also for the different types of for the civil status and also religion and the length of years, it is not also statistically different. So lastly, at the end of forgiveness therapy intervention, it has been shown that they have an increased a good level of emotional functioning and have minimized the traumatic impact into their lives, and also enlarge their self-worth, and they were able to find new ways, healthier ways of coping with their own emotions and realizing the importance of connecting with people. So the researcher recommends that this therapy be promoted and utilized by mental health professionals or be integrated in their therapies, so that especially for the women who have been abused, because here it is very helpful and impacts well to those women. So also this forgiveness therapy intervention can be further on studied or related if it can also brought changes to those who have experienced bullying and workplace related violence or family abuse. So also maybe forgiveness can also impact other factors like depression, motivation, or anxiety of these women. So thank you very much for listening. These are my references. And it says here, if I hold a grudge because I'm angry, I feel strong. But to set that anger aside, it takes real strength. So may we have a forgiving life. Thank you, everyone.
It's a fantastic presentation. It was fabulous. God bless you, dear. So, our next presenter. Okay. Your name, please.
Good afternoon to each and everyone. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am. I am Alma Ares, a teacher 1 from Philippines, and a graduate student from West Mindanao College, Kamasi, Ampatuan, Maguindanao. This afternoon, I'm proud to present to you my study titled Oh. Naman siya. Sorry, ma'am.
Please carry on.
Sorry.
No problem. Take your time.
Titled next. I am from titled Multilingual Skills of the Alternative Learning System as Teachers and Learners Academic Enhancement amidst Modular Distance Learning. Philippines is a multilingual nation with more than 170 languages. Similarly, Sultan Kudarat is composed, ma'am, composed of
the full screen option. If you click in your slide, you can see.
Yes,
Just click in your
Philippines
slide.
is a multilingual nation with
Your screen is not full. Yes, we can
What,
see.
ma'am?
No problem. Yeah, here you can see one option. Can you please make it full
Yes, ma'am.
screen?
Yes, ma'am. Repeat, ma'am. Good afternoon to each and everyone. I am Alma Aris from Philippines. And graduating students from East-West Mindanao Colleges Incorporated, Camasi, Maguindanao. And this afternoon, I'm proud to present to you my study titled Multilingual Skills of the Alternative Learning System, Teachers
Can you
and
please
Learners.
switch on your camera?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Learners' academic enhancements, modular distance learning. Philippines is a multilingual nation with more than 170 languages. Similarly, Sultan Kudarat is composed of diverse people with diverse languages and dialects. Thus, language is the most fundamental form of communication. Hence, the goal of the study is to investigate the significant impact of the multilingualism skills of the alternative learning system, teachers to the learners' academic enhancement in the modular distance learning at Lotayan District, Lotayan, Sultan Kudarat. This study aspires to investigate the significant impact of the multilingual skills of the alternative learning system, teachers to the learners' academic enhancement at Lotayan District, Lotayan, Sultan Kudarat for the school year 2022-2023. First, what extent is the ALS teacher's multilingual skills in terms of academic instruction, remedial session, and assessment period? Second, what is the level of ALS learners' academic enhancement in terms of lessons retention, learning application, and test assessment preparedness? And the last one is there significant relationship between the multilingualism skills of the ALS teachers and academic enhancement of ALS learners in the modular distance learning? Conceptual framework. This portion depicts the conceptual framework of this study that shows the relationships of the two correlating variables. And the independent variable, it consists of the extent is the ALS teacher's multilingual skills, academic instruction, remedial session, and assessment period. While the dependent variable includes the level of ALS learners' academic enhancement in terms of lessons retention, learning application, test, and assessment preparedness. Methods and methodology. Research design. This employs a quantitative study. Specifically, a descriptive correlation method to investigate the relationship between the multilingual skills of ALS teachers and the academic enhancement of ALS learners in Lotayan District, Lotayan, Sultan Kudarat. Respondents of the study. The respondents of the study will be the ALS learners and the ALS from the municipality of Lotayan, province of Sultan Kudarat during the school year 2022-2023. Sampling technique. This research will use a total population sampling technique since all the officially enrolled ALS learners and ALS instructors in the Lotayan District Division of Sultan Kudarat for the school year 2022-2023 will be considered respondent. Research instrument. For this study will use a survey questionnaire adapted from the work of other researchers or authors. The questionnaires came from adapted questionnaire from CFI team 2022. Research was utilized in this study to assess the multilingual skills of the alternative learning system teachers in terms of academic instruction, remedial session, and assessment period. Another survey questionnaire adapted from after cruise 2018 was used to examine and interpret the level of ALS learners' academic enhancement in terms of lessons retention, learning application, and test assessment preparedness. Research, statistical treatment. Person-R correlation will be used in the study to determine whether there is a significant relationship between the multilingual skills of the alternative learning system, ALS teachers' level of ALS learners' academic enhancement in terms of lessons retention, learning application, and test assessment preparedness. Results and discussion of summary rating of extents of ALS teachers' multilingual skills in terms of academic instruction, remedial session, and assessment period. The table shows the extent of the ALS teachers' multilingual skills. Obtained the grand mean of 4.58, which described as proficient. This implies that the ALS teachers in Lotayan District was meet the proficiency level when it comes to their multilingual skills in delivering academic instruction to their learners and communicate using the dialect which are common to all learners or cultural sensitive learners during academic instruction. They see to it that the cultural sensitivity is observed in the usage of the terms during the remedial sessions, and their effective multilingual skills are observed in the assessment results of their learners. Next is the summary rating of ALS learners' academic enhancement in terms of lessons retention, learning application, and test assessment preparedness. The table shows the summary, and the result is anchored with the findings of de facto 2022 with her general conclusion that ALS students in the Philippines have very satisfactory academic performance due to the rigid teaching interventions of the mobile teachers. Regardless of the gender, civil status, and grade entry level, the academic performance of all students are the same. This can be explained by the fact that they have quitted from school for quite a longer period of time before they studied in ALS. Next, relationship between the extent of ALS teachers' multilingual skills and the level of ALS learners' academic enhancement. As displays, all the R values are in low correlation, while the P values are 0.358, 0.037, 0.088, and 0.00 are found to be greater than 0.05 level of significance. These values vouch that there is no significant relationship between the extent of ALS teachers' multilingual skills and the level of ALS learners' academic enhancement in the modular distance learning. It was also indicated that among the three domains of multilingual skills, only remedial class is significantly correlated to the academic enhancement. This implies that improving remedial class would contribute significantly to the level of academic involvement. This result entails that most of the ALS teachers in Lotayan District possesses good communication skills amidst multilingualism. Although there are few who cannot communicate well in three major languages, such as Christian language, Moro, and indigenous peoples' language during the discussion, the overall extent of their multilingual skills is proficient. Most of the ALS teachers in the Lutayan district have a good command in the languages common to their learners. It can also be inferred from the result that these teachers see to it that the language they use is simplified, meeting the level and context of their learners. It has been revealed as well that they also observe cultural sensitivity in the use of the language during the remedial session. This result implies that as to the level of academic enhancement in the area of test or assessment preparedness, as learners perform well as their involvement are outstanding as rated by their teacher. This outstanding performance is demonstrated by their ability to collaborate during brainstorming sessions prior to the assessment. Their comprehension of the exam's instructions is directed by their ALS teachers. Their readiness to take the assessment as evidenced by the outcomes of their summative quizzes. Finally, it revealed that the extent of multilingual skills of ALS teachers does not affect the level of academic enhancement of the ALS learners. However, remedial teaching would somehow increase their academic involvement, yet this is not an assurance in increasing their scholastic records. In the light of the findings of the study, the following conclusions were drawn. ALS teachers in Lutayan District Division of Sultan Kudarat has good multilingual skills that help them deliver their lessons to their ALS learners from diverse tribes. Further, the result also tells the ALS learners in the above-mentioned district have a very satisfactory performance regardless of the teacher's multilingual skills. It is concluded that the extent of multilingual skills of ALS teachers does not affect the level of academic enhancement of the ALS learners in Lutayan District Division of Sultan Kudarat for the school year 2022-2023. For the recommendations, in the light of the findings and conclusions of the research study, the following recommended. The Department of Education or the DepEd, ALS may conduct an enhancement program to hone the multilingual skills of the teachers, especially those are assigned in the far-flung areas. Cultural sensitivity may be given attention of the department to enlighten us teachers on the importance of learning the culture of their learners. Since there are still ALS learners who are found to be low-performing, DepEd may retool the curriculum or programs to fit the needs of these learners. Remedial teaching can still be adapted since it is found out to be effective in enriching the academic performance of the ALS learners. Lastly, future researchers may conduct study related to ALS learners' performance vis-a-vis teachers' multilingual and communication skills. And these are my references. And good afternoon, everyone, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alma. It was very nice presentation, very interesting topic. Next one, please. Joe D. Verzosa. Marian May El Querido. Lovely Joy G. Balsita.
Ma'am, this is Lovely Joy Balseta. Ano?
Yes. Who wants to present?
Yeah, me, ma'am, Lovely Joy Balseta.
Okay, lovely. Okay. Yes, dear, please.
Can I proceed, ma'am?
Yes, dear, but please turn on your camera.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lovely Joy J. Balseta.
Please turn
From
on your
Philippines.
camera, dear.
Okay, wait, ma'am. Come here. Wait, ma'am, wait. Camera. Hello, ma'am. Okay. I am visible, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm
Yes,
able
dear.
ready.
You are visible, you are audible too. Please carry
You,
on.
ma'am. This is the passage of our school as West Mindanao College Incorporated. The title of my study is Educational Orientation of Alternative Learning System ALS learners under academic involvement. I am teacher 2, teaching alternative learning system. The background of the study. Alternative learning system or ALS programs, persons who have not completed the basic required stage of formal learning. ALS is designed as a blended learning program that combines self-paced modular-based learning with coaching from mobile teachers. Educational transition and lack of educational orientation among learners, academic engagement is an issue that affects their academic records. The goal of this study is to investigate the implication of alternative learning system, learners' educational orientation under academic involvement in President Quirino Municipality. This study aimed to determine the implication of ALS learners' educational orientation and their academic involvement in the municipality of President Quirino amidst the modular class in the post-pandemic setting. Especially, this study sought to answer the following questions. Number 1, to what extent is the educational orientation of alternative learning system ALS learners in terms of transition in education and acceptance of new normal education system? Number 2, what is the level of learners' academic involvement in the new normal settings in terms of modular class, portfolio compilation? Number 3, is there significant relationship between the extent of educational orientation of alternative learning system or ALS learners and their level of academic involvement in the new normal setting? The framework or the conceptual framework of the study. These sections present the conceptual framework, which demonstrates the relationship of two correlated variables: the extent of educational orientation of alternative learning system learners in terms of transition in education and acceptance in new normal education system is included in the independent variable, while the dependent variables covers the level of learners' academic involvement in the new normal settings in terms of modular class and portfolio compilation. This study was anchored on Deputy Order number 13 series of 2019 on the policy guidelines of the implementation of Enhanced Alternative Learning System 2.0. Research design.
the quantitative study, specifically a descriptive correlation method. The respondent of the study. The respondent of the study were the ALS learners and ALS teachers from the municipality of President Quirino, province of Sultan Kudarat, during the school year 2022-2023. Sampling technique. This study employed a total enumeration sampling technique since all the officially enrolled ALS learners and ALS teachers from school year 2022-2023 and President Quirino, Division of Sultan Kudarat, were considered as the respondent of this study. Research instrument. The adapted survey questionnaire I used the adapted survey questionnaire from the study of the different researchers or authors. Analysis and interpretation. The responses of the respondents were analyzed and interpreted during the two different rating scales, which were patterned after the studies of the two reliable and credible researchers. Data gathering procedure. The researcher analyzed the present situation of the target respondent and implemented the piece integration and behavioral aspect of the learners. Statistical treatment data. The person-R correlation was employed in this study to determine if there is a significant relationship between the extent of educational orientation of ALS learners and their level of academic involvement. By the way, in the research instrument, for the extent of educational orientation of alternative learning system, in terms of transition in education and acceptance in the normal education system, a questionnaire from the study of Medina 2019 was adopted in this study. And a questionnaire from the study of Cruz 2018 for the level of learners' academic involvement in the new normal settings in terms of modular, class, and portfolio compilation was employed in the study. Result and discussion. Extent of educational orientation of ALS learners in terms of transition in education. As seen in the above table, the extent of educational orientation of ALS learners in terms of transition in education found to be evident with the mean of 3.12 indicator. Indicator 5, both ALS teachers and learners have understand of the new transition in education has the lowest mean of 2.20 interpreted as merely evident. This suggests that both ALS teachers and learners are still not aware of the transition happening in the Philippines education brought by the pandemic. And the other indicator, 2, due to the transitions, others are not ready to embrace the digital way of learning, has the highest mean of 4.20, which interpreted as highly evident. This likewise entails that due to the transition educations, learners are not ready to embrace the digital way of learning. They are stuck with the traditional way of teaching learning process. Extent of educational orientation of ALS learners in terms of acceptance on new normal education system. Is seen to be evident with the mean of 2.92. As observed, all of the indicators interpreted as evident, which entails that ALS learners are not ready to adapt the new normal education, and the learning from the home with a self-paced module is not the convenient for the learners. It is also observed from the result that the ALS learners lost their interest from learning due to the transition concerning their health and other circumstances that affects their interest to learn. Generally, the extent of educational orientation of ALS learners in terms of transition and of education acceptance in new normal education system obtained a 3.02, interpreted as evident. The result indicates that ALS learners in President Quirino Division of Sultan Kudarat are not well oriented to the transition, which affect how they embrace and adopt the new educational system, such as participating in hybrid and flexible learning modalities. Furthermore, it can also infer that learners belonging to the ALS program are not ready to culture digitalization within themselves, and it is reflected on the extent of their engagement in all academic activities utilizing technological learning platforms. The aforementioned result is anchored with Minus 2021 findings that not all learners were not prepared for the shifting in learning modalities. In addition, this transition to the online learning space demands that purchase and proficiency of resources such as software, hardware, and other teaching resources, which then requires them to get acquainted with these technologies in order to effectively deliver the rules and them to physically and adapt to the new learning space. Thus, learning setup proved to be difficult to for teachers. They especially find it difficult to hold their students' attention for long periods of time. Even instructors were caught unprepared for the paradigm shift. Furthermore, the abrupt shift to the online modalities of learning uncovers a significant decrease in course completion and increased rate dropouts. Level of learners' academic involvement in terms of modular class. As displayed in the table, the level of learners' academic involvement in terms of modular class rated observed with the mean of 3.28, the result reveals that these learners constraints in doing their academic activities in a modular manner. Indicator number 1, ALS teachers often encounter late submission of modules, obtain a highest mean of 4.20, interpreted as always observed. However, indicator number 3, modules are not even received by the ALS learners due to the bombard household chores, obtain the lowest mean of 2.40, which interpreted as merely observed. This indicates that the distribution of modules is not really a problem among the ALS learners as their learning materials are given them on time. More so, indicators number 4 are not difficult to grasp by learners. It was indicate their scores gain the mean of 3.40 or sometimes observed. This entails that there is an average understanding of us towards their learning modules. Level of learners' academic involvement in terms of portfolio compilation. Merely observed with the mean of 2.60. This means that in terms of module preparation, ALS learners involved is weak. Indicator 2, the content of portfolio in compilation which do not suffice the assessment is found to be merely observed with the mean of 1.80. This means that ALS learners are not well versed in the preparation of their portfolio as one of the major requirements to pass the accreditation. Other indicators also suggest that problems on the portfolio arise due to the learner's household chores and others laborious household activities. Generally, the level of learners' academic involvement in terms of modular class and portfolio get the grand mean of 2.94, which interpreted as observed. This means that as learners' academic involvement is weak which affect their engagement in their academic activities, including their modular class and portfolio activities. Additionally, based on the result, learners' household chores and other laborious household activities are the common factors that hinder them from performing well in their academic endeavors. And the result complements with the findings of Francisco and Barcelona 2020, as they believe that learning is more effective if a face-to-face modality is included. According to them, distance learning must be blended with face-to-face learning or flexible learning. For the student-professors, the relationship will be strengthened. Learners cannot submit their activities and modules in the time due to the different circumstances. Others are restricted to go outside by their parents, while others are bombarded with the household chores. Relationship
Conclude your presentation, dear. Conclude.
Relationship between the extent of educational orientation of alternative learning system, learners and their level of academic engagement. The extent of educational orientation of us learners and their academic involvement, as indicated above, the p-values of 0.240, 0.217 are found to be greater than 0.05 level of significant. It shows that there is no significant relationship between the extent of educational orientation of us learners and their level of academic involvement. In other words, the extent of educational orientation among the us does not affect their academic involvement, which can be inferred further that their willingness to learn and their intellectual capacities are their gateways toward learning. Therefore, the null hypothesis that says there is no significant relationship between the extent of educational orientation of us learners and their level of academic involvement is hereby accepted. The result is supported by the claims of the Rosa on the impact of intrinsic motivation to learners. The result impact outcomes of the study. The result indicates that the US learners in President Quirino, Division of Sultan Kudarat, are not well-oriented of the transition, which affected how they embrace and adapt the new education system. It can also be inferred that learners belonging to the US program were not ready to culture digitalization within themselves, and is reflected on the extent of their engagement in all academic activities utilizing technological learning platforms. This means that the US learners' academic involvement is weak, affected their engagement in all their academic activities, including their modular class and portfolio activities. Additionally, based on the result, learners' household chores and other laborious household activities are the common factors that hindered them from performing well in their academic endeavors. It was been revealed that there is no significant relationship. Conclusion. As learners in President Quirino are found to be fully aware in education transition, their academic involvement is weak, which being affected by some factors concerning their mutual duties at home. There is no significant relationship between the extent of educational orientation of alternative learning system learners and their level of academic involvement. The recommendation of this study, as center may post some updates on their bulletins on some important changes which will enlighten their ALS learners. Since all ALS learners are found to be low performing in their academic activities due to the household chores, ALS may design an intervention to make learning more accessible to the learners. The use of modular approach can still be adopted, provided there is a constant follow-up by the ALS teachers. And last, future researchers may conduct study related to the ALS learners' performance in the in-person classes for further improvement of ALS project. These are my references. Once again, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, lovely Joy Balsika, for your valuable information. Very nice presentation. I would like to invite S.K. Suryathula. Marian May L. Querido. S.K. Suryathula.
Yes, ma'am. I am audible.
Marian May L. Querido. Joe D. Barzosa. Okay.
Ma'am, I am audible. Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, dear. Turn on your camera.
Wait. Thank you to the respected chairperson, co-chairperson, respected professor sir, associate professor sir, assistant professor sir, and all research scholar and faculty also. Very good afternoon, all of you, on this virtual platform. First of all, I would like to highlight something regarding my topic entitled Physical Education and Sports, Innovative Teaching Learning Strategy. This is the review
Dear,
study.
please turn on your camera and you are not audible. Are you saying something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your voice is not coming properly, dear.
Yes, ma'am. I am audible. Hello?
Yes.
Thank you to the respected chairperson, co-chairperson, and respected professor sir, associate professor, assistant professor, and all research scholars in this virtual platform. Very good afternoon to all of you. Today I am discuss about my topic, physical education and sports in innovative teaching learning strategy. This is a review study. Now I would like to highlight something regarding my topic. First of all, introduction. This review study is to explore how in the age of innovation and technology, institution, classroom, mentor, teacher, they work collectively spark a revolution. It is not necessary to use the most advanced technology in the classroom to employ innovative teaching technique. Instead, innovation teaching involves proactively implementing new pedagogical approach and technique in the classroom on the field of physical education and sports. Sian L 2010. Next, objectives of the study. This article will emphasize the most up-to-date teaching strategies. Next one, find out what are the better course of action in teaching learning process of field of physical education and sports. Last one is appropriate equipment and health optimizing physical education curriculum used. Next one, methodology. Literature search. This investigate literature review method the following which were conducted included only empirical study published in the last few years, new physical education activities, type of equipments, physical education curriculum in the field of physical education obtained through PubMed, Google Scholar, and ResearchGate, etc. Next one, selection of the study. Actually, this study based on the review basis. That's why I selected some study. First, quantitative study. Second one, qualitative study. And last one, focusing on teaching learning strategy in the physical education sports in innovative. Next, result and discussion. First one, web-based learning. Online learning has compensation, but web-based learning should not always be viewed as the method of preference because barrier can easily detract from student wisdom. The technology must consequently be applied properly and not used merely because it is accessible and newer, since student and teacher have particular potential of this means of course liberation. Wasim Javed et al. 2014. Next one, ICT-based classroom. Nowadays, technology is playing a significant role in the liberation of education in the form of tools. The use of technology by educators and institutions must be proactive if it is so enhance the teaching and learning process. The idea that provide progressive method for instructing pupils included teleconferencing, flipped classroom, smart board, and many more. Next one, collaborative learning. Collaborative learning compared with competitive and individualistic effort has numerous benefits and typically result in higher achievement and greater productivity, more caring, supporting, and committed relationship, and greater psychological health, social competence, and self-esteem. Lal M and Bodsi SM 2012. Next one, interactive and innovative and interactive teaching technique. Actually, if we want to better outcome for this teaching learning system, so innovative teaching learning is a most important things. At the review article, an effort is made to realize the method that might be used and enable well-organized teaching and learning in universities, institution, department, and classroom. We talk supplementary about the role play in the university professor and student, also on the field of physical education and sports. Next one, curriculum development. If we didn't develop any kind of curriculum on any type of course, that's why we cannot get better outcome on this teaching learning process. So curriculum development is a significant role play in our teaching learning process. The core curriculum need to be modernized and illumination of the current national and international circumstance. The curriculum need to be updated and reviewed frequently to reflect change in society and dealing atmosphere as a result of worldwide change. Next one, orientation toward the research. Actually, any kind of education, such as higher education or primary or secondary, any kind of education, whatever it may be, research, every education based on the research. So physical education is an integral part of total education. That's why research here have an impact role on this educational system. Teaching and do research are interrelated. The student will be able to give this lecture more effectively in the classroom since he or she will be able to make them interactive. Next one, value-based education. Nowadays, we saw that every kind of student involved in mass media and multimedia or social media, any kind of media, their brain are diverse and they away from their value, their custom, their tradition. So value education is the most important things in the field of education, any kind of education. Value-based education, while society configuration change, it is the significant for institution to help citizens develop their values and world views. This is principally crucial in today's world, which is overwhelmed by sin and another tribulation at every level. Next one, presentation skill. Presentation skill is a significant role play any kind of education, not only physical education, but also any kind of education. So presentation skill of a teacher, of a coach, of a trainer, whatever it may be, presentation skill can create a motivation, appropriate attitude toward the teaching learning system. While much has been written and spoken about the value of training in soft skill, it's remained to be seen whether or not this education is actually put into practice. There needs to be strong emphasis on getting students to present and speak up in the class in order to improve their public speaking and interpersonal abilities. Next one, project-based learning. We know that there is some type of school of philosophy, like first one, idealism, realism, pragmatism, naturalism, many kind of philosophy or many kind of school philosophy existed in the world. So project-based learning is based on the pragmatism, that means learning by doing. Physical education and sports classes must implement and maintain in project-based learning environment. Student ability to administer complex research project can be earned by transmitting them smaller scale homework. Next one, latest equipment. The equipment is one of the backbone of physical education and sports classes. Without equipment, we cannot optimize our teaching learning system. Physical education and sports classes would be age apparatus and secure to use for the pupils. Behance and KB et al. 2010 suggest that age appropriate apparatus increases the pain-free put into practice, increase pupils' probability for active involvement in the class of physical education and sports. Here we see some evolutionary development of sports equipment. Next one, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a significant impact, not only physical education, but also any kind of field of research. Artificial intelligence, it is focused on deep analysis and discussion of applicable perspective and development of artificial intelligence in modern physical education technology, and raise the corresponding development strategy to the use of artificial intelligence in modern sports educational technology in order to provide the theoretical support for the establishment and development of modern physical education technical discipline, CIAN L 2010. Number one, case-based learning. Specifically in professional physical education, case-based learning should be embedded so that pupils are knowledgeable in the application of the topic being taught. Next one, sport ground. Pupils needs physical activity to be healthy, strong, and smart. We at Modern Sport Ground believe the importance of keeping our students active, providing them many of outdoor activities away from their classroom. Actually, we also told that physical education field laboratory is a sports ground. So sport ground play has a significant role in the field of physical education and sports. Next, one conclusion. Technology is a significant to realizing practice, solution to challenge in daily life, specifically in time of crisis when innovation is essential. Wearable technology are devices or proposed to the body, providing their users with data and information that can enhance learning in a variety of ways. The new technology of physical education and sports frequently advocated as a foundation of embracement of optimistic development personality from childhood through adolescence to late adolescence. And now, when it is considered its lifelong process, physical education is viewed in many different ways. With the pedagogical potential of teacher-student interaction, engagement, assessment, and feedback, this technology provides innovation and practical solution for physical education, new curricular, age-appropriate tools, teaching strategy, etc. That should be introduced in all schools to engage the child. Physical education program should be one of main subject of the school curricula, as physical educator at the grassroots level play a major role in the developing a child into a potential and highly skilled professional. There are some reference. Next, thank you.
Thank you so much. So you did a very nice presentation, a very innovative way. You have presented your paper. God bless you, dear.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
next, Marian May L. Quirido. Are you there? Joe D. Verzosa.
Next was
Marian May L. Quirido. Judy Verzosa. Any one of you are present? Okay, so thank you so much everyone for presenting your paper and share your valuable opinion. I think all of us, we together learn something new today. I wish you all the very best for your future endeavors. God bless you all. I'm asking again if Marian May El Quirido or Joe D. Verzosa is present.
Hello, are we through with our breakout room? Are all presenters already presented the researches?
So with this, we have come to the close of day one of the 2-day long international seminar. And we shall meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. Indian Standard Time for a few more thrilling paper presentations and discussions. So stay tuned and we shall meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Till then, stay safe. Goodbye. Thank you.